I won't slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Happy Wednesday. Wonderful Wednesday. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. I am Terry Trades, and we have our expert traders, Tom Sabo and Nick Does Futures. Good morning.
Good morning, chat. Good morning, everybody. Hello, Abhishek and Danny and Magnus and everybody. Welcome, Terry, and welcome, Nick. How are you guys doing?
Fabulous.
Nice to you, bro. You sound like $100.
I do. I'm fully charged, you know.
It just took you off of the charger. 100%.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like you're someone just made a lot of money trading London sessions.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the London session, well, it was not too exciting. I was just keep saying, chat. I mean, I keep saying, Terry and Nick, like, guys, in the past 2 weeks, like, London is so boring. I mean, the price section just, moved to the Asia session, but who knows? Maybe it will change. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe during New York today on our show. We'll
hopefully. Maybe we have some news, right?
Yeah, so the government hopefully will end the shutdown. So it has passed the Senate today. They're voting in the House. Fingers crossed they come to a deal.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll see. Hopefully we get a deal, but I mean, I have a hard time trusting people who don't think we should end daylight savings time. So.
Nice way killing the show, Nick. Thank you. All right. No, anyway, I
agree on that.
You're right.
I think it was 2 years ago when they voted on that, or last year, and people still didn't vote to end that. So I think it's kind of stupid. So I'll believe it when I see it. I think we could all agree that we want CPI and we want some of those news drivers back. That's probably why London session hasn't been too good, because you have not had any volatility.
Yeah. The market is just so hungry for the news. Like, we need to know something. Not just everybody.
9:30 open. At least with New York session, you get that every day. Whereas London, it's kind of like, I feel like London and New York PM session are kind of the same thing. Other than like one is like the first major session, the other one's like the last major session. There's no news drivers usually in those times, unless it's like FOMC or something. So I don't really know when they start. It's like they say 2 to 5, and then from like 1:30 to 3 or 1:30 to 4. But that New York AM session, I feel like, is always just the bread and butter.
Definitely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm seeing people already in chat that they want non-farm payrolls back.
Well, I never thought I'd miss news. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
How are you guys liking that? How much money did y'all spend yesterday?
Yesterday,
a little bit.
You spent a little bit on the deal account?
I spent a little bit, yes. So I spent a little bit on the promo, the brand new, fresh off the presses promo from MyFundedFutures. So we can select an add-on for free to get daily payouts. And guess what?
Oh, yeah. What?
I passed 2. So I got 50% yesterday after it was released. After our show, I went and bought a few, and I passed. So I got 50%. And then today, during Globex, and then early this morning, I got the other 50%. So I'll just have to wait until they're activated. Usually it's after market close, and then like a few hours into Globex. So I'll have 2, of the 50K.
At the front door. Oh my gosh.
I know. I'm so excited. So then we can practice trading the 1 micro together on the show.
Oh my God.
the 1 micro challenge.
I mean, you know what? This just kind of proves me that if there's going to be a next in-house competition, I'm not even going to compete. Like, Terry is smashing it, like, totally. She won the BDH. She was doing great in the competition. I mean, yeah, Nick won, but who cares? The thing is that Terry is the best. So
no, Nick, you won the trading competition amongst all of us. And Tom, you would have won because you were like way in the lead. So both of you got guys.
I was cheating a little bit. I can say that. So anyway, we'll have the next one. Don't worry. But Terry passing 50% on the first day, and then the other 50%. Oh my gosh! I mean, was that calculated risk? Can we say that?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Who would like to take it away first, Nick or Tom?
Of course,
I'm
Nick.
gonna answer this question one time because I answered it like 10 times on my Twitter post yesterday. The intraday trailing drawdown stops once you hit the buffer. Once you hit the buffer, it becomes static drawdown.
Yes.
If it stops at 50,100, it's just like, I know we're not supposed to talk about other platforms, but it's just like Take Profit Trader. Okay. It's the same one. That's the last time I speak of it. Now,
basically, you're going to get a static account, so don't worry. Yeah.
It's a static account. It doesn't, just don't go below that number. If you're 57,000, great. You have $77,000 worth of drawdown.
I will say what I absolutely love about this promo is, one, it's free. It's a limited time, so snatch them up while you still can. And then make sure you use code YouTube. It helps support our channel. And then also what I really love about it is that it's instant payouts with MyFundedFutures. So you're not going to have to wait like 24 hours or 48 hours for you to receive that daily payout. It's like instant. And so I'm super excited about that.
Yeah, like the daily payouts are basically not really a daily payout when you have to wait like 48 hours to get approved and another 3 days to get the wire transfer ready. So what's the daily payout then? With MyFundedFutures, you'll get instantly, automatically approved and paid. I mean, the fastest ever. So this is the fastest in the whole prop firm industry. Yeah.
100%. Yes. Thank you for clarifying that, Nick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And to the person in the chat, I didn't mean to come off as a little rude there, but I just got the question so much on my Twitter post yesterday, and it was like the same. Like I answered it 4 times for one person. And I'm like, guys, like it was just I already made a video about it. It'll be out later today, but it's not that hard. Just get past the buffer of the drawdown plus the account balance of 50,000. It stops right there. It stops, and then you just trade how you normally trade. So, yeah. So, enough with that. Now, yeah. Let's see. Oh, Frenchie. It surely stops at the buffer. Was important for traders to know about the new rule coming with the add-on. Which add-on are you talking about?
Yeah, so the core, the Flex add-on is still available.
Yeah.
I did notice that. Yes. So you can pick and choose what you would like. I think that's what's so amazing about MyFundedFutures. Constantly innovating, lots of options, promos, always taking people's feedback. So it's good. Pick and choose what suits you best.
Yeah, no. Let's see here. Let's get into the charts here for a second. I actually have a pretty, well, knock on wood, I have a pretty good read today.
Okay.
Do tell.
Well, at least for now. I'll get to you. If you guys have questions, go ahead and put them in the chat, and I'll type them and get to them whenever Tom is talking about the market or there.
Sure.
I was being serious, but I don't know if it came off as a joke or not. My bad.
And he puts one more on it. Okay. All right.
I just feel like I'm going to get a million questions today because of these new plans. So
I noticed this. Okay. Yeah. Just keep on. Okay. I noticed that. Okay. No problem.
All right. So on NQ here, I think this is a pretty easy read, mainly due to we got relative equal highs, and we have a lot of support below us. I'm going to get this off of us here. For this chart. So see a lot of displacement on the hourly chart to the upside. And, we pull back into this hourly FEG. Just in case it wants to run this low again, I have this marked off. Also have the fact that it's bouncing from this FEG. But any sort of like manipulation lower, I wouldn't be opposed to it open. But overall, this is my draw on the day. These relative equal highs up here on NQ, and the ES already ran those highs, but it does have some up here as well. That those highs are at previous week high at 69.09, And then on NQ, what I'm looking for is 25,879 and 25,893. So that's that. And then I was talking about gold. How I wanted to see it close above this buy side here. We did that on Monday. Yesterday, I kind of treat it like a grain of salt because it is a bank holiday. However, we did put in a daily fair value gap, so you could see something like this. I don't know why that's not doing that. And then start to move for this bearish gap, and then above that, you can just target back to all-time highs. But however, I do think the low. We'll see how CPI prints if we get it this week, because CPI can put in some crazy candles on the daily for gold. But I like how we're closing above this new week opening gap. We have a lot of things that have flipped from the sell side of the curve to the buy side. So this becomes support here, support. So I'm just looking for highs now. I'm looking for highs, looking for internal range liquidity, like such as fair value gaps, and then obviously, like I say, all-time highs. So for today on gold, drop down to the hourly. I don't like how it is kind of consolidating ever since yesterday. I think I would just much rather this come back and run these lows. That would give us a return back into this hourly fair value gap. I'm sorry, the daily fair value gap. So something like this today would be nice. So a run of 4102.8 on gold is sort of what I'm looking at. I'm actually going to set an alert on this because I don't have anything. It's traded inside of a range. So once it gathers range, this is when I want to attack. I do notice right here on the hourly, this is very smooth highs right there. So I want to see something like this. And if not, then I'll just come back to tomorrow and see if I can catch anything if I don't get that. But yeah, overall, I'm bullish on the day for indices. I could see a run low. We could see a run lower at open. You guys also got some relative equal highs at Asia. So maybe a run lower, create SMT, and then move higher. My only problem is I just don't know if we're going to have enough news and volatility. I feel like the market could just run a low and then just sort of run out of steam and then just kind of consolidate at least until the PM session. So that's what I'm watching. There's something else I wanted to check here. Forex factor. Okay. So they actually just took off. It's no longer tentative on oh my God. So if you go to Forex Factor right now, this is what it looks like. Earlier today, it did not say this, but this is the new calendar for today, for this week. So they removed CPI. So maybe they put it back on for Friday after the government reopens today, if it does, or that maybe they move it to next week. It's not they don't have it for next week either. So I don't know what they're going to do with it. They can't ignore those numbers. So maybe they'll just, throw it on there like a random pop quiz. But as for now, that's sort of all we got at the moment. But yeah, bullish on the day, expecting a short-term bearish move. And if we do go higher, I'll just look to trade from a 15-minute fair value gap to the upside. But levels I'm watching are 25,830, 25,878, and then 25,893. And then on ES, 6,900, and then previous weekly high at 6,909. So, yeah.
Thank you, Nick. I did see that Foxconn reported earnings, and they had a 17% year-over-year increase in net profits. And why that's significant is because they are an NVIDIA supplier. So we might see a big pump in NVIDIA. We shall see, and other, AI-related chip stocks, that kind of thing. So it falls in line with what you're looking for, Nick, as far as bulls. Bulls might be in charge today. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Tom, what are you thinking?
Well, so far, and I'm going to start with NQ. I agree that, if let me just switch to the daily chart here real quick. So I think so. This is, I think there's a chance that we're going to move into a daily fair value gap above 876. I don't know if it's going to happen today or not, but it definitely has a high chance. In the big picture, I would remain bullish. But that being said, and now let me just jump back to the 5-minute chart here. This AM session, early AM session from 7 a.m. Eastern Standard was quite interesting and amazing. There was a 1 hour demand zone that's being created around midnight Eastern Standard, and a little bit before midnight Eastern Standard. And then around 7 a.m. Eastern Standard, there was a nice reaction from that 1 hour demand zone, which pushed the market higher a little bit. Now, you guys in the chat who are new, I'm pretty much all about the demand and the supply zones. I'm just kind of watching price hovering in between these levels, and I'm trying to anticipate if every now and then the market is going to go from one demand zone to the supply zone and vice versa. In this case, I did see the reaction down here on the 1 hour chart. And as I said, it pushed up nicely. Now, seeing this consolidation, as Nick said, maybe at 9:30, we could see some manipulation lower. Now, this market also created, is it a 5 minute? Yeah, there was also a 5 minute, also after midnight, the market created a 5 minute demand zone, but that's not the most important stuff right now. If I go down to the 1 minute chart, we can actually see that it also created a 1 minute demand zone. So I can see 3 demand zones lining on top of each other. I don't know what's going to happen here. If the market wants to manipulate lower, usually when I see something like this, it kind of suggests me there are orders being left down here in this area. So the closest zone that I see is around 743-ish on the micro. I'm not saying that it's 100% going to go down. The market is pretty much bullish. And just like you said, Terry, like we have some news lining up with the bullish fundamentals here that the market could be skyrocketing higher. So this is dangerous. That being said, I'm holding a short position in a slight drawdown, by the way. In a slight drawdown. My TP is down there at 743. Not a big deal. It's actually, I can pull it up. No, where is it? Okay, here is it. So just in a slight drawdown, my stop loss is at 820. Again, I decided to take the pressure. Why not? But otherwise, it's okay. Not a big deal. If it continues higher above that 820, then we'll see. So TP 745, stop loss 820. I believe that we could see some manipulation lower. At least that's what I'm hoping for. That's it. On gold, I was hoping for an Asia high push, which happened after 7 a.m. Eastern Standard. We have previous day high, still almost like relative equal highs there, and the buy side liquidity at 41.56. I'm going to remain bullish on gold. If I go out to the 1 hour chart right here, it definitely seems like it just wants to move higher. There's lots of levels of liquidity. I really don't know if I want to jump in to anything on gold. Maybe if I see an up close candle above 41.46, maybe I will think about it. I'm trying to avoid gold a little bit for today. It kind of seems like to me it's still consolidating, so I need a very strong move with a clean up close candle up there. So I haven't decided what to do about gold today. So it's really a bit of a tough call on my end. But NQ, I will be watching for this level. As I said, I'm already sitting in a short here. If it continues higher, then maybe I will try to scalp a little bit as we approach that daily fair value gap. And so far, that's it.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
What is everyone thinking for the day, Wednesday? Thinking you're looking for longs or shorts, or are you going to sit on your hands?
Yeah, we want to know. There's nothing wrong sitting on your hands. Obviously, most likely that's the best choice, especially at the market open one where you're not sure what the plan is. Yeah. As I said, I don't know what's up with me in these last couple of weeks. Ever since I'm in the 9 a.m. session here with you guys, I kind of want to jump in before the market opens up. So maybe it's a new habit of mine. I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, I love it. Tom, I was going to talk to you too about strategies as far as learning to specialize in trading the open, because I know you've expressed some interest in that. You were like, oh yeah, I've always kind of thought about that, like, because there are people who specialize in only trading the open.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, yesterday we talked about that too. Like, yeah, everybody wants to make that quick money, and obviously everybody's hoping that the first 5 to 10 minutes the market is gonna real quickly go to those levels. It's a little bit of a it's coming up by chance, by the way, in the past couple of days, because my intention is not to put on these trades. I'm just kind of seeing an entry right now as well. So on the 5-minute, it's not like a big deal. And I wouldn't say it's a classic ICT 2022 entry model here, but there was a shift in structure lower with a fair value gap. So I was like, okay, this looks good. This looks bearish, but we are missing the liquidity sweep point of this one. So anyway, it's not complete. I'm just, there's the old saying, like, trade what you see, not what you think. I don't know who came up with this ever in the trading community first, but trade what you see, not what you think. And it kind of gives this vibe that we are reacting to the market, not predicting. And obviously, it's kind of a controversial thing, because I think many traders are saying, no, we are predicting the market. We are not reacting. We should predict. But if you really think about it, we are reacting to the market. So what I'm seeing these levels, these are my favorite levels. I'm just kind of reacting. If there would be absolutely no demand zones down there, I'm like 99% sure I would be not sitting in a position here. So who knows? Who knows?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I was just going to ask what you think about that, Nick.
No, like I say, there's only one zone I'm kind of working with, and that's that 25,740 to 25,731 on NQ, and then 68.85 on ES. But other than that, I mean, there is a 15-minute gap in here that we could work from to go higher, but I would only really be interested in that is if we sweep this low right here. If we sweep this low, then maybe a move higher from there, but I'd have to get like a 5-minute confirmation, because yeah, I just can't go in on the 1 minute from there. Someone did ask a pretty good question. Well, a couple of people asked the same question. I know we got time before open. How to handle the intraday trailing drawdown, until you get to the buffer on the scale, because that's completely different. And MyFundedFutures usually doesn't have that trailing drawdown, but they have it on the scale add-on. So how do you guys deal with it, and things like that? I'll kind of show you like what I do. What I would do if I were you guys on that is to try to do one or two things. Like, number one, wait for A+ setup, and then size kind of heavy on it, and then just kind of get it out of the way. I only recommend this for like kind of like experienced traders, and size heavy to get away from to buffer. And then the second thing, which I think a lot of people are going to do, like, because it's more common, is to scalp smaller moves and take base hits. I think this is more for like beginners and intermediates. So like if you're up $300 and I don't know, maybe that's like 2R or like 1.5R, just take the money and get out. You know what I mean? Like, just rather that way you don't give up drawdown as well. I will say, like, the less, this is going to sound like kind of contradicting here, but the less you care about that intraday trailing drawdown, the less it matters. Like, the more you worry about it, like the more it's just going to come up. Like,
Exactly.
focus on the setups, and like they'll just kind of like that drawdown will take care of itself. Like, there's no point, like, let's say you sized up like $500 on that trade, right? It hits 2R and your plan is to take profits at 2R. Guess what? Like, you may have lost what, like $500 or a couple $100 in drawdown if it pulled back a little bit, but your balance is up, so you're closer to that amount anyways. So that's kind of how I would look at it. The more you care about it, the more it's gonna matter. So what do y'all think about that? Or what do y'all think how to do that intraday trailing, how to trade it?
I 100% agree with you. Like the less you care about that trailing drawdown and you go with smaller positions, by the way, which should not be bothering that intraday drawdown, you will see that it's not going to matter at all because you're just going for those base hits. My advice for beginners is just like you said, go for base hits and maybe not to aim for 1 to 5 risk to reward or something. Just go for a 1-to-1 base hits. If you can make $100 or $200 a day, awesome. If you make $200 a day, 300 maybe, walk away or switch to a different account, whatever. But that account particularly is done for the day, and that's it. And that's what you do every day. Base hits. It could be a scalp trade, or it could be just the trade with a micro, whatever. Just go for 1-to-1, and that's it.
Yeah, I agree. Trail. That stop.
Let me clarify that A plus. So like if you size heavy on this, let's just say you like right here is your trade, right? Let's just say you enter here. Market's about to open here in a couple seconds, but let's just say you're shooting for these highs, right? These relative equal highs. You size pretty heavy. Let's say you risk $500 worth of drawdown. And I said setups, not set up. So I don't recommend risking all of it in one trade, but like however you want to do it is fine. But if you want to size heavy, do it. But as soon as like you start seeing some movement your way, just start moving the stop loss up, moving it up, right? And if it's really, really moving, then just you have to really monitor the trade while you're in it. I've noticed, but once you get past that drawdown, like that buffer, it's static. So like it's not
locks.
Even, I'm telling you, it's not that bad, guys.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Everyone, market is open.
My trade is looking good, but who knows?
You're short. What's your entry, Tom?
My entry is 787.50 TPs at 745, and I'm just super nervous, everybody. I don't know what to do. Come on. What should I do?
Let's go. It's looking pretty.
What happens with me? I don't know. What should I do? Anyway.
It's going. It is trading below VWAP, testing VWAP around VWAP right now.
I don't know what to do. No, don't worry. I'm just teasing the pressure here. Anyway, who knows? I don't know. Let's see. Usually the market... okay, and here we go. That was easy. Thank you. I'm off. All right.
Let's go. Mic drop.
I copy traded this on all my core accounts. Let's go.
W for Tom.
All right. We're done. But the thing is, I think it will go lower a little bit. At least it should be. Yeah. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think so too. There's hourly FEG. There's some the hourly low from 7 a.m. is something else. Okay, so we just ran it on NQ. So that's something I'm watching. I'll keep this up here just for you guys, to just kind of screenshot or whatever. I'm gonna be watching the hourly chart now anyway, so I can actually make this a little bit bigger.
Interesting. I wasn't expecting, I mean, yes, I was expecting that the market should be manipulating lower, but this is a very strong drop. So I don't know what's the issue here with the market, but this is a stronger than expected drop. What the heck? Okay, all the zones are destroyed. So now I'm just blind on this one. So because I don't have anything on the downside, I just have absolutely. So now I don't know. I really don't know. I have to switch to higher time frame here.
Wowzers. This open is strong.
Yeah. What was this? Let me see. This was like an instant 80 points drop.
Wow.
Okay. Huh.
Who caught the short? Let us know.
Let's go.
I wish I was in it. I'm going to patiently wait. I'm going to sit on my hands and wait.
Yeah.
This first 5-minute candle, it just keeps going. My goodness, we've only been opened for 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah,
that 10 a.m. close, that 9 a.m. candle close at 10 o'clock is going to be kind of key too, the new full hour and stuff like that. Just kind of see how we kind of selling off right now, but it's the first 2 minutes of market open. We did run a low on NQ, haven't run it on ES yet. So I want to see if we do, and if we don't, and we start moving higher, then could just be market tip and saying that it in fact does want to go higher. The next area of like I could see price going lower to is probably the 4-hour gap from Tuesday. Down in here, that's at 68, 67 on ES, and then that's all I got. Really.
I'm gonna catch a falling knife here and just test one. I'm gonna hop in one micro. I'm looking for longs, right? So we'll see. I do want to just keep adding to it. This is a falling knife trade.
You don't have to say like it's a falling knife. It can definitely bounce higher. So we have a consolidation area around here at 600, 60, 70, 80. Who knows? Maybe it will find some support here and just squeeze every short position out all the way up there. You never know. You never know.
This is almost a full gap fill. We have 40 points. About 40 points for the full gap fill. Okay, so yesterday's VWAP is about 610-ish.
So I don't know. I have to check. I'm not using the VWAP. Maybe I should. Oh yeah, let's see. Yesterday's VWAP.
It could come all the way down and test yesterday's VWAP. It is possible. My trade is down about $64. No biggie.
Oh, that's okay. That's fine.
Power of micros. Power of micros.
The only way to survive, well, in the long run, at least. Yeah.
Also, too, I checked because usually in the middle of the month we get orange. We get bond auction, and that usually can be kind of crazy. But it's usually in the afternoon. But while I was looking at it, if you want to flip to my screen here, I noticed that look what we have today. Like we have all these Fed speakers.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I'm actually I was curious, like what are they talking about? Because as far as I know, and I know a guy who here in Hungary is absolutely pro in fundamentals, and he always keeps telling me like those guys, except only Powell has the right to talk about inflation and rate cuts, because everybody wants to know all the time about inflation and rate cuts and all that stuff. And so these other members of the Fed should not be really talking about that. So what can be they talking about then? So what's the thing? I don't know.
Well, last week, I don't know if you remember where we completely dumped last week. I think it was right here, on Tuesday, where we had this this move lower. This guy right here actually spoke. I want to say it was Bostic, I believe. He said that he doesn't expect a rate cut in December, and the market literally 5 minutes later tanked. I think it was him. And then Waller is a pretty big one as well. I feel like he wants Jay Powell's job. So he kind of, he's on the opposite side of him sometimes. So this guy's not really afraid to say anything. So 1020 is a big one there too. So just be, it's yellow folder. Just be careful. I do see a lot of these guys pop up on my Unusual Whales Twitter page I follow that kind of shows like, Fed member says this, and then this made the market do that. So just if you see your setup, take it, but just be cautious.
Yeah, it's good to know. It's good to know. So I mean, maybe they're not so good colleagues at all. Maybe they just walk into the office and everybody, I hate you. You too. Why did you say that last time? I told you not to say anything. I don't care. I don't know. Who knows how these meetings are going? I don't know.
Who knows? So the 5-minute order people are tagged in short. That first 5-minute candle was massive. Will we see a reversal here?
Maybe so.
It's pushing. The bulls sure are trying.
Well, so far we kind of hit that consolidation area from yesterday's PM session. Yeah, we'll see if this is going to be able to support this price here, because on the higher time frame, I think it has every chance and target to just go higher, push it all the way up to 26K. But first, like, we have that 25,900 ish area as well. I mean, there's some juicy levels up there. I don't see any reason why the markets would turn into super bearish right now. Yes, we do have a gap. I know we have some levels down there, but interesting. We do have a 1 hour fair value gap, by the way, and then I really don't want to jinx it, but it's down there at around 607. So that was kind of an interesting area in the AM session yesterday. I don't know. It's kind of interesting level here.
The poll, people voted. 66% voted looking for longs today, and 34% voted looking for shorts.
Oh, wow. So no one's kind of on the 50-50 at all. What would you say to anyone that doesn't have a setup? I would say go find one that like fits you, that you like, but at the same time, don't be like you're gonna lose a lot of time bouncing from strategy to strategy. Like, give it time is what I'm trying to say. Like, a lot of people talk about how, my trading strategy has a 50% win rate. So let's just say I gave you a strategy. It's 50% win rate. That's a 1 to 3 RR. Like that's sort of the stats, right? But what if I told you that you're brand new? I give you that strategy, everything to trade it. You have, like I said, you're brand new, but the first 5 trades you lose, right? You go 0 for 5, and then the next 5. So can you handle it? Or the first 10 you lose, and then out of 20 trades. So it's more about the psychology of the person rather than it is the trader. Because I mean, even if I lose like the first 5 trades, like, you gotta play the long game with some of these strategies that you trade. So yeah, that's why I always find crazy. It's like, I have a 60%. But like, what if you lose your first 4 trades? You still gonna feel as confident about that 60%? Oh, I hear music.
Triple top 33. Oh my gosh.
Let us know if you got one.
Triple top 33, not 34, and not 32.
33 for 33 resets, free resets from MyFundedFutures.
Awesome.
Let's go. And use those on those accounts. I know some of y'all blew some of those scale accounts yesterday, being impatient, trying to get that first 50%. So why so quiet?
Congrats.
Congratulations to the winners. I was patient ever since. Yes, I was just to be honest, I only got one. I need to get more. I'm still kind of building those core accounts, so I'm pretty much locked in on those core accounts. I'm definitely gonna build up more rapid accounts too. I love it.
Yeah. Well, when is days to Black Friday?
Black Friday. I never know. So this Black Friday thing is kind of a, I don't know how this thing goes, because we have Black Fridays every week almost. Like, which one is the real Black Friday? I never know.
Oh my gosh, some stores have already started Black Friday sales.
Yeah, they'll do like just for like the month of November. I saw. Yeah.
Okay.
It's already happening.
I can tell you, I already saw a store here in Hungary. They are selling stuff for Easter already. So it's like, it's crazy. Like, during the Halloween time, we're seeing stuff for Christmas. During summer, I already see the Halloween stuff on sale. Like, what the hell is going on? I mean, sorry. I mean, the time flies so fast. Unbelievable.
Ooh. This market keeps making lower lows.
Terry, I hope you're I hope you're exited from this position. I hope you did.
No, I have diamond hands.
Diamond hands. All right, to the end. Okay, I love that.
No, not
I'm just
not
joking. So,
not that. Oh my gosh,
it's controlled risk, everybody. All right. So controlled risk.
No,
calculated.
My stop is below the overnight low, and it looks like we are getting a full gap fill. So if it hits my stop, it hits my stop. This is right now, it's underwater by about $130. No biggie. So if this hits my stop, I will try one more time during stream.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, exactly, nice. Tom. Calculated,
exactly. Yes. Calculated risk.
This is a catching the falling knife trade. I wanted to get in early in case the market just took off without me. That's why I put on one, like a little baby tester, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And which I can do with micros. It's not going to make me want to puke. So
exactly.
Yeah, no, it's good to like just test one micro, like especially how price was displacing about 5 minutes ago. Like it would suck to. There's a valid long there, because there's SMT at those lows. But ever since that candle closed, now I made it equal lows on ES, so I actually think it's going to go higher, but lower first and then go higher. But it's one micro. I mean, it ain't gonna do like, if you're controlling your risk, like that's not. I get hated on all the time for trading micros, but it is what it is.
They're very powerful.
I'd much rather take 20 micros than 2 minis. I like to scale out like 70 to 80% of my position. So like the math just doesn't, unless I'm taking 5 minis, like there's no way for me to do that, or 4. It just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. So I just would much rather take micros. But I was like, joke's on you, bro. Like I'd much rather try to make fun of me for trading micros. Like,
oh no, oh my gosh, micros is the secret sauce for a lot of traders. And
dude, I'm in the micro club, so that's it.
Yeah. It gives you a lot of freedom as far as how you trade, right? Like you can scale into positions, you can scale out of positions. If you take a loss on the first tester, like I am right now, so far it's underwater, right? It's not a big deal. It's not going to hurt me. It's not going to make me puke. It's not going to make me cry.
I don't want to steal the thunder. I entered the short position only with one micro, basically. So one micro, I'm kind of looking for that 1 hour fair value gap. So I'm giving it's barely a 1-to-1 trade, only risking $100 on this, but I made nearly 300 on the previous one, copy traded it. And so I'm just going to leave enough room for this one to go around if it wants to, but it's so close to that 1 hour gap. I'm just going to leave it be. So even if it takes me into a drawdown, it's fine. But I just kind of seeing that 1 hour gap being at least tagged with the wick. I mean, I'm really sorry to say it like that, but I don't know. I mean, just it's kind of a reacting thing on this one, so it's not my typical entry. It's kind of like the middle way for me between a scalp or a regular entry. But look at that. No, this is all that I needed to do. If I enter a short, it's going to go up. So don't worry, it's going to help.
Okay, so you're in short now, Tom?
Yeah, I'm in short, but with the smallest position, 1 micro. The previous position was 3 micros, and this 1. So I'm just giving back a bit of a profit if I have to. I'm still going to end up in the green, but we'll see what goes. Yeah.
Okay, so the 5-minute orb people are in profits so far, and let's see what happens to the 15-minute orb. If the 15-minute orb triggers, likely it's going to break the low and take me out, and your trade will be in the green, Tom.
We'll see. I don't know. It's not over until it's not over, and many times it happened. Like even just before reaching my TP, it reversed back to my stop. So who knows? I'm thinking, what is going on? Come on,
come on, bulls!
Oh no!
Wow, I got stopped out. Okay.
I'm sad.
Crazy
actually,
move though.
I'm sad. Anyway,
wow. Let's see. Okay, so it has tested yesterday's view up. So now I only have one more chance. My goodness, this is major selling so far this morning. What price did we open at? We opened at 778. We're already at 600, below 600. 5, 10.
Well,
Wow.
we got back down to that 1 hour fair value gap from yesterday. Very interesting. So crazy moves here. Let's see the distance from the open. I'm kind of curious. Almost 200 points. Wow. I don't know.
Ooh, look at the inside bar. It printed today.
And look at that. It just keeps falling down. What the heck? Okay.
Wow.
So if this one keeps going, there is a 15-minute fair value gap, which I'm definitely not going to trade down to. But there's a 15-minute fair value gap down there. As that would be the next station for price to stop by. I don't know. From this moment on, I'm definitely just going to sit back and relax because this is more than I imagined for this market. But it's not even 10 a.m. yet, so I'm definitely just
going
to watch.
And not spend all the bullets.
Yeah, that's it. So
don't spend all the bullets yet.
I'm gonna definitely we can see some more action after 10 a.m. I'm kind of curious if this one wants to go lower, because we have still a lot of time relatively. 1 hour in a New York session is kind of like an eternity. So I think look at that. It's just gonna go down to that 550, below that 550, but I'm not going to do anything about it.
Wow. Yeah. Samir says that move was bonkers.
Bunkers.
Yeah, no, that's kind of one thing I am watching here is I marked off.
She keeps melting. Oh my!
I'm just gonna say weeb up so we can move on. Weeb up. All right, there you go, Roman.
Those Fed speakers. It's got to be someone chit chat right now.
Yeah.
One thing I'm watching is sort of like the hourly fair value gap from yesterday at 12 o'clock. I want to see how that 10 a.m. candle closes. Like I said, we do have a 4-hour gap down here as well on ES. So price could just be doing, we've seen this a good bit, right? When the draw is so obvious that it's going higher, that it'll just do some like crazy move, reverse. Think people it's going to like the market's tanking and it really doesn't. So I'm not too worried about longs the rest of the week, but today definitely in jeopardy, especially if we keep closing lower and disrespect some of these hourly gaps below us that we made from yesterday. So let's see.
I have the special guest announcement today. My chart. Oh, here we go. So today at 10:30 to 11:30, we have special guest Zamco Capital on with Ash. Let's go. Yeah, I'm seeing lots of Zamco fans in chat.
Oh, he's gonna be on with Ash?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So Zamco has quite a huge following and quite a story behind him, like really successful in the prop space. So I'm actually going to watch that segment. I'm very curious about him. So stay tuned.
Yes, stay tuned.
Yeah, someone put in chat, he kind of looks like Russ. I was like, yeah, he kind of does look like Russ. Russ is kind of like a rapper. He's like a singer. Long hair. It looks just like him, honestly. But yeah, no, that'd be a good one. Let's see here.
All right. We are getting a baby bounce here. Let's see what happens.
A baby bounce. I like that.
Baby bounce.
Baby bounce.
That will be a concept. Okay, the baby bounce concept. Let's see.
Let's go. So we have a fair value gap here, right? Is the fair value gap?
Let me check your chart. Fair value gap there. Well, yeah, on the 5-minute, we have a fair value gap higher, and we have one at 658. This one's still not closed yet, so if this candle closes, we're gonna have one more. Currently,
he's gonna bounce here, though. I will say we just ran Asia lows on ES, getting close to 10 a.m. So like one thing I noticed, like that last 15-20 minutes or 10 minutes, you'll start to see like if the market's going bearish or bullish, like pretty heavily, they'll try to trap people short. And then like the next candle does that open high, stop you out, and then continues lower. But I do want to see what happens here. Like I wouldn't want to short with the like 8 minutes left in the hourly candle. So I want to see what happens. We do have SMT, like I said, inside this gap right here. So I'm gonna mark this off.
Nick, what do you need to see before you are going to jump into a long if it presents itself?
Well, since I have an idea of where I think price is going to go to, I would like to see, honestly, prices could reverse from here and I could take a trade, but I need to see some sort of 5-minute or 15-minute, displacement back up to the upside. So like an IFEG closure or a breaker if we get a sweep lower. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking for on that. Let's see.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, Son of Wall Street says, "Let's go, Nick, my style trader, the best."
I appreciate that. I think we are heading to the opening gap. Yeah, so the opening gap is down here on NQ. Friday's closed, so Sunday's open at 25,316. If we get down there, like, kudos to you who called that. And then on ES, that is 67.8825. But yeah, I don't know if that's gonna happen. We'll see. I've seen moves like this where it's just crazy 30 minutes and then it completely reverses and then goes higher or lower. So I'm not sold on it going lower yet, but we'll see what happens. We got some very clean highs on ES and same on NQ as well. So but we'll see what happens. Let's go. And remember, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I'm being brave. It's a cheap trade. It might not work, but we shall see. I just hopped in my second shot here long, and I like this rejection on this baby candle, but let's see.
Okay. It's looking good, and I think if this one keeps continuing, then somewhere around that 650-ish, 57, 58 area to tap that 5-minute gap, that could be a good target. I just wanted to say, like, yeah, it looks like it wants to fall, but just like Nick said, we saw this. I also saw this so many times. We see the drop. Oh my God, the market is, selling off. Everything is crashing.
It makes you question like that super clean draw that you had.
Yeah.
And then you're like, okay, it's got to be bearish now that it keeps going lower. And then you just lose sight of what was the most obvious to begin with. And then it flips on you when you're trying to go short and it goes back to where you anticipate. So usually the first thing in I'm sure your head and Terry's, what it pops up in your mind when you see the chart or the like where you think price is, oh, it could go here. That's usually going to be, the side you should stay on. Is it always going to go there? No, but like, at least you're not flip-flopping all the time, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And like, if you get it wrong, you get it wrong. It's not a big deal. It's like just one of many trades. It's not
exactly
like if this hits stop loss, which it might, right? It's just another trade. It's not a big deal. And if you manage risk and manage your accounts, it's just another trade.
Exactly.
There it went. So this is the part that is so important that I just like sit on my hands and not keep messing around with this account, right? And like rotate accounts. Because I think that's where the mistakes that I've made and lots of other people make that mistakes. Like we'll keep trying to battle it out in the same account. So like later on today, if I see another setup and I try for a different trade, then as long as I'm in a separate account, it's like spreading out that risk.
Perfect. Exactly. And by the way, just, be careful, everybody in the chat as well. If you're looking to go long, we are just hovering above this 15-minute fair value gap, below 550. It's around 548. Be careful. The market is pretty much volatile right now. If you hop into a long position, have enough drawdown because, I think it can just wick down below 550 any second. Just saying, just my private opinion, but anyways, controlled risk. That's the key. That's it. Yeah.
Speaking of controlled risk, let me pull this up real quick on my chart. Just going to show y'all before I head out.
Can we see Nick's chart, please?
Oh yeah. I mean, I wasn't.
I think. Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Another thing for these two is I completely forgot to talk about this. Like if you guys got 5 of these scales, right? I made this mistake yesterday. Like the minimum payout is you got $500 on the, like you have to at least hit $500 per day. Like I say, if you got 5, that's $2,000 per day after split.
Ooh, I did see
split.
that you posted that, Nick. The breakdown was very clear and helpful.
Yeah, but I think I screwed up because I was like 2,500 per day, but I forgot after a split it's 2,000. Because that's kind of crazy though. And then the one thing I want to say about this, talking about drawdown and managing the risk, is just because you have daily payouts doesn't mean like you need to get them every single day. Like sometimes, like you catch a trade on Monday, right, and then you get a payout Tuesday. You have a losing trade. Manage that risk because you can be right back there on Wednesday. So just don't lose sight of the long-term vision for that. So
yeah, exactly. I say the same as well. Just because you have the opportunity to get a payout every day, that does not mean that you have to. All right. So keep building that safety net, keep building that buffer. That's why I said yesterday before Luke hopped on the stream, like it's just so good to know, and not just refreshing and good and reassuring, that when anytime you feel like you want to take a payout, you just wait for market close when you have enough buffer above the safety net, of course, about 500. You just click on it and it's in your account, boom, in that second. Like that's just so good to know. You just need to focus on trading. MyFundedFutures is the prop firm that is not going to hesitate. MyFundedFutures is not going to put you on some approval process or get you to make some video recording of your trades or journaling or explain your strategy or whatever. MyFundedFutures is going to pay you in a second on your account automatically. That's just amazing. So just focus on trading. That's it. You don't have to worry about the rest. And there's no other. You guys, I trade with other prop firms. Everybody knows that on my stream too. Nobody does it like MyFundedFutures. That's why this is a huge thing that are being overlooked by many traders in the prop space. Like, just focus on the setup. MyFundedFutures is paying you. That's it.
Yeah. That's a great point there. One thing was like people were like, oh well, of course you're gonna support MyFundedFutures. You stream and you got the little badge on Twitter. I was like, dude, like I'm always gonna keep it a buck on some of these plans, like this, when it comes to recommendations and things like that in terms of managing the drawdown, kind of like what I did today on here. You know what I mean? This is how I would trade them. These intraday trade lines, and how I did that with some of these other firms. That's just some of the knowledge I took from them. So very important to do that. I think that's gonna do it for me. I'm gonna see how we trade here. The 4 hour did close pretty bearish on NQ, but maybe we get a bounce here. We're still inside of the hourly gap on NQ, and we did not reach on ES. So I'm gonna be watching for a 5-minute shift up to the upside, and if we don't get any closure above, then the price could just be going lower. So I'll see y'all back here tomorrow. What is tomorrow? Man, this week's flown by. Sorry, it's
Thursday.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nick.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nick. Have a good one.
You too.
All right. So what's the plan, Terry? What's the plan?
We are switching accounts. That is the plan, because that is part of the secret sauce.
Oh, yeah.
The secret sauce. Switching accounts, not beating up just one account or putting all your eggs. Ooh, look at this. What are you thinking of this chart, Tom?
Well, this bounce is interesting. 60 points. I told you guys, Nick was saying it as well. Like if we're watching it on the 5-minute right now, this is typically like, okay, the market can just do a V-shaped recovery, squeezing everybody all the way up above the 700s into this value gap. Mm-hmm. And I've seen this so many times. Mm-hmm. So, if anyone wants to take a short position from here, you gotta have a very good and valid point, like a price point, like a drawn liquidity, and at least a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. I'm not saying you cannot take a short. On the other hand, thinking about the long position, that's good too. It's not a bad idea to go long, but only if you have a valid target. Right now, by the way, and I'm going down to the 1 minute, and this is for ICT fans out there, there's a certain level of liquidity sweep here, and we're just seeing a fair value gap being formed on the 1 minute chart. I'm not saying that this is an entry signal. This is not financial advice, but this is almost like the classic YouTube 2022 long setup here. If any one of you guys wants to take it, be careful. We still have a fair value gap below, but if it goes, even if we calculate with a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio, I would put my stop, if I would be trading it, which I'm not going to trade this one, but I would say like, yeah, there's a small fair value gap for partials here on the 1 minute, if anyone wants to go with that. So that's it. There are opportunities on both sides. You got to understand the higher time frame as well. But I'm kind of confused, to be honest, Terry. I'm kind of confused because we have these FOMC or Fed speakers. We have this, drop here in the market. I don't know. Even my intuition is kind of mixed up right now because I don't know. I don't know. I lost.
Yeah, we're getting some opposing information from the markets. We are trading around unchanged price. We're down just by about 20 points from New York's closing price. We are trading below VWAP. That first 30-minute candle was very bearish, but we have some very bullish fundamental news. So wait and see. I think waiting is a skill, and it's important for us to recognize. Like, if we don't know, we don't know. That's okay.
Oh yeah, exactly. Waiting is a skill. And looking at the 1 hour chart, the 1 hour chart, went down, picked up liquidity from this fair value gap on the hourly. I can actually imagine, so that's the interesting part, I can actually imagine this one going back up there. So now that it picked up and actually squeezed the long positions, now maybe it's time for the market to go a little bit higher.
I know, it's so tempting.
I
did switch accounts. Emma is in a long. Good luck, Emma.
Good luck. Good luck for anyone who's taking a long position. There is a chance for it, obviously. We can only take, as Mark Douglas says in the books, the only thing we can do is take an educated guess, and that's all. Otherwise, I don't know. It's a hard read. Let me check on ES for a quick second here. What's going on ES? I'm not trading ES as you guys know it. I'm not that I don't like ES, but in the London session, it's really catastrophic because it's just very slow. Otherwise, I think ES is a very, as ICT said, I think he said that ES is pretty much a gentleman's market because it's respecting pretty much the main levels. But, I think now ES also made a sweep, and this is the 1 hour chart. Why not continue higher? I can definitely imagine that. So if that's the case, that would help NQ. Otherwise, there's still a fair value gap down there. I don't get a feel for ES right now. Let me check quickly on gold. Yeah, gold is pushing, as we mentioned, that gold is slowly trying to push to previous day high, taking the stairs up. Who knows if it's going to come down with the elevator? But
I see that consolidation in gold that you're talking about. Like earlier, how Tom, you were saying, I'm not going to play with gold today, I don't think. Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, it's kind of in a range, especially it's visible on the hourly chart. So I don't really like it. I think gold took the levels that it wanted. Now I think the market, the big players, institutional players, banks, whatever, they're kind of waiting for the next move, kind of building up their positions, which we don't know what's it going to be. So I don't want to take apart on the gold thing right now. But look at this. It's kind of like going higher. Yeah, I like this bullish reversal. on the 1 minute. And as I said, there is for scalpers, that's 669.50 on the micro. That small little fair value gap could be a target. As I said, it's kind of like an ICT classic entry to go long. I'm not taking it, but the main reason why I'm not taking it is because this was such a huge drop, and it kind of scares me. If it starts to drop again, it's going to go down another 100, 150 points. Who knows? I don't know. But gotta be careful. Yeah. Are you in a trade, Terry?
I'm thinking about it. I'm looking at this price. I'm looking at these green candles. Looking at do I hop in along, thinking that this could be the bottom. I feel like the market is still trying. The bulls are trying, right? I want to see a bigger push, I think. And then I will also tell you that there's this voice that's saying like, don't get left behind.
The voice, you hear the voice too?
I hear the voice too. I do. I hear this little voice. Look, it's pushing higher. Don't get left behind.
Push the button. Just push the button. Push it.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Push that button.
There it is.
That's the voice.
The push. Okay, I am in long now in 1 micro. I am seeing this confirmation. On the long side, the bulls are taking back some power. It's just very, I think it's the kind of trade where it's, I'm getting conflicting information, right? Because the first 30 minutes has been very bearish. We haven't tested the high since New York opened here. However, I know that there's this fundamental news that's very bullish. So I'm kind of thinking, okay, when are these bulls going to step in and start buying? Oftentimes, I've seen it many times too, Tom, like where price will come down. Like, okay, if we open up super high or not even super high, but like high on bullish news. So everyone's been buying it in pre-market. And then there's this like display, I think maybe in ICT terms, it's the displacement. So people selling, capturing their profits, and they the institutions, the big players are waiting to get in at a better price. And so many times as a beginner trader, I would buy in that pre-market price, thinking that it's just going to take off. Like, ooh, good news. Whatever good news just came out. Oh, the market it'll go higher. No, the market doesn't necessarily work that way. So that's why I'm liking this long. And
I like it too, by the way. I do like the area here. The positive thing next to the long position theory is that we still have many time until 11 a.m. So we have 50 minutes from this hour, which is, I said, it's an eternity in trading. So 50 minutes, especially if we are going for 20, 30 points, even if you're just going for your daily 15 or 10 points is really a lot of time. I can imagine this one's going higher, squeezing the shorts, and I still liking that area. I'm not jumping into a trade here, but that 670 is by the way is a good area. Also wanted to ask you because I got this question this morning as well. So do you believe discipline can be taught, or does it have to be earned? What do you think?
Does discipline have to be thought, or does it have to be earned?
Discipline. Do you believe discipline can be taught, or does it have to be earned? Discipline.
I think both. Because I think you have to believe that discipline is very important in your trading. I think you have to believe that you need it in your trading. And then you also have to earn it, because you have to practice it over and over and over again until you don't even think about it, right? And even then, like the top of the top traders are always working on their game. All it takes is one major slip up that can cascade into major slip ups. So that's kind of important, I think, to keep in mind. Like, we are dealing with potentially thousands of dollars, right? And the bigger you trade, the more experienced you become, the higher the stakes even get. And I don't know. That's such a great question. What do you think, Tom?
Well, I'm kind of agree with you. I was just checking gold, like what the heck happened? It skyrocketed, but yeah, I agree. It's kind of both, and yeah. So discipline is something. Well, it comes from chart time as well. I would say, like it definitely comes with experience. So I was just genuinely curious because people asking traders in the chat here and also on my chat too, like. Like how much time is it going to take for me to be disciplined, especially the new traders? How much? I mean, and it's so much subjective. Like it's really subjective. Everybody has a different time frame on that journey. For some traders, it takes only a few months because they genuinely have, maybe it's because of talent or more or better understanding of the market. Some other traders takes years or even more years, including myself as well. So it took me years to even get that first payout. So and I think I actually checked our guest today, Zamco, he said on an interview, is if I remember, it took him like 10 months to get the payout. Anyway, so it's different for everybody. And that's why I think more chart time is partially the answer. Spend more time at the charts, not 12 hours a day, but, do the tape reading, read the market, and you're going to get better. What the heck is going on with NQ? I mean,
gosh, in just this one 5-minute candle, it's like 50 points.
Yeah.
Holy guacamole.
Holy guacamole. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Pine Tree Trader says 3 years for me.
3 years. There you go. Pine Tree, welcome. So yeah, it's so subjective for everybody. And yeah, I also have the same question. Like the other question which I have is, do you think like traders lose more money from fear or from greed? So what is causing the losses? Fear or greed? That's a very good question, by the way. Fear or greed? What is causing the losses? What is igniting those bad habits in trading? Fear or greed? I know. I mean, I shared this on my channel and with Terry as well earlier. I'm not going to mention other prop firm names, whatever. I lost a funded account on other prop firm lately. And I know it was because of greed. I was greedy. I was aiming for just an extra $100. Chat, imagine I was just aiming for an extra $100 because I just wanted to get that extra. And I ended up blowing up the account because I was greedy. But it's so different for everybody. I mean, if you have only that one funded account, and if you don't have that main job or business as mainstream of income, it might be more of fear because you need that money. You need that $500 or $800 or whatever. You need that extra money, and you're technically scared. But anyway, what do you think?
I think that's great questions, Tom. I love your questions. They're so good. I'm going to go with fear because I think underneath greed is fear, is the emotion of fear. And I'll explain. So greed is feeling like you want more, right? Like it's just not enough. Well, what's underneath that thought? What's underneath it is the fear that it's just not enough. It's just not enough. However much it is, it's just not enough. So I am going to go with fear because I think fear is the root of it. Like it just doesn't feel like it's enough. You're afraid that the next setup isn't going to happen, or you might miss it, or you're not fear that you're not capturing as much as possible. Yeah, great question.
I mean, first, I guess it could start with greed because you want to make a little bit extra, maybe, especially I would say maybe for those who are a little bit more experienced. And I lost a funded account, and I'm guessing more experienced trader than me are sometimes losing funded accounts. So I guess at that
100%.
point, it starts with greed, but then but then, comes that first loss, which brings down that daily profit. Like I had that just recently. So I just wanted to make an extra $100, ended up losing $200. And then I said, okay, you know what, market, I'm going to show you. So I just entered with a bigger size. And then because I entered the bigger size, and you know what, the next trade I was down $500, and I was like, okay, now this is not funny anymore. And then when it went down to $1,000 in Drawdown, now that's the point when I started to feel like that certain scarcity, like, okay, now I think I'm going to lose this account. I think this is going to happen, man. So, and then the voice again talked to me like, come on, Tom, you can do it. Just one more trade. And so I gave in, and this happened. But hey, we're moving on. Don't worry. We're going to be better. That's
yes, 100%. That is the game. That is how we get better. That's every single day. We just work towards improving. Everyone does that, you guys. Like even the people who are making millions of dollars in a month, they're constantly working on their game. Yeah. I'm seeing the voice, DJ day traders, the voices.
I have voices in my head all day, so don't worry about it. I'm dealing with it. All right, I'm dealing with it constantly.
Yeah, I think we've all been there 100%, Tom, where we are so close to whatever goal it is that we have, and then we go for it, and then the trade doesn't work in our favor. The plan didn't turn out the way we thought it would, and then it's like, well, let me try again. And then it's like a dominoes. It all yeah.
I have another question for you, by the way. So what's harder, waiting for a setup or staying in a winning trade?
For me, it's waiting for a setup. For me, staying in a winning trade isn't hard for me. It used to be really, really, really hard. When I first started, my heart would race so much, and I would try and I would take profits so quickly. The problem with that is if you don't train yourself to be able to sit in winners and really let them play out, you will always cut your winners short. They won't be long. They won't be big enough to pay for your losses. And then your expectancy will be negative. It won't be a positive expectancy. So I actually had to train myself to sit in winning trades. What about for you, Tom?
Same. I love the answer, by the way. Thank you so much. I was reading the chat as well. Thank you, by the way, for the answers. It seems like we have more people in the chat saying waiting for the setup. I'm the same way. So waiting for the setup for me is definitely much harder. When I'm already in the trade, and I would say it can be in a drawdown as well, because the stop should be controlled, calculated. So when I put on the trade, I try my best effort to make peace with the outcome. Like I cannot say, like, especially after the story I just told you guys, I'm definitely still have to work on my mindset. But when I put on the trade, I try to get my best mindset to it. Like, okay, I put on this trade, I made peace with it. So if it goes down $200, that's fine. But so being in the trade, for me, it's easier than to wait for the setup. Lots of issues and errors come up from boredom, because you're just waiting, like, I really want to put on a trade. I really want to put on. And that's kind of like what I'm feeling nowadays in the London session. And I'm very grateful for everybody who is joining me during the London sessions on my channel. But the thing is, in the past, like 2 weeks, like for example, this morning I just had one small little scalp trade, and most of the time I just sit through these sessions, because if I don't see the setup, I just can't enter, and that's so hard. So it's very hard for me. Like, not the hardest thing still to walk away, but the other hard thing is just to sit through a session without pushing the button. So you have the account, and I'm saying this for new traders as well. You might have an evaluation account, or you have your brand new funded account, which is awesome. Trust me, it's one of the hardest skills to acquire, is that to sit through any given session. New York can go sideways. We saw that happening during the summertime in August, September as well. Like we were having AM sessions going in sideways with 30 points of range. Like that was awful. Now, if you can sit that through, well, that's a skill. So waiting is harder, I think. Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I saw lots of people say waiting is hard for them too.
Oh yeah, it is. It is.
Pawan asked, which session is best?
What do you think, Terry? Which session is best? I know you're sleeping in London. So.
No, I never sleep. No.
Yeah, she never sleeps.
I love New York because I get to spend it with everyone, with all of you. I love New York. Lots of things happen in New York. I like, so right now, Asia is there's some volatility during Asia, which is cool because I'm still awake during Asia times. London, though, there was a period in this year where so much of the price was moving during London.
Oh yeah.
And then we would get into New York and we're like, oh.
Like when, well, exactly. Like when President Trump was doing these trade wars in April, and then the aftermath, like the ripple effect in May and everything. Like I would say April, May, and as we approach the summertime, so those 2 or 3 months were absolutely amazing. I remember I was killing it on my accounts in the London session. It was really good price action. It was so quote unquote easy to spot those setups and those levels. And then during the summer, it kind of changed, it shifted. But I'm also like, I might try to do an experiment, and maybe I will, but the problem is I need to sleep sometimes. I get this question like, hey, Tom, do you ever sleep? And I don't know. I think I need to sleep, but I don't sleep too much. But I want to sleep. But the thing is, I'm genuinely addicted to the charts, and I'm not addicted just for trading, but I love to figure this out, where this market wants to go. I'm seeing these great moves in Asia session nowadays in the past couple of months. And I was thinking maybe I should somehow stay awake, but then I will be total trash during the day. So I don't know, maybe I should stay awake during the Asia session. But obviously, I think the best session is, statistically speaking, always going to be the New York AM session on these indices. So it's always going to be New York. I'm actually curious if I could do good in the PM session. I have a rule that I don't trade in the last hour, because the power hour, especially the last 15 minutes, is pure gambling, I think. Otherwise, I don't know. Maybe I will stay up for an Asia session. Who knows? We'll see what happens.
Oh my gosh, what time is it during Asia session?
Tokyo or Sydney Open, I don't know which comes first. I think it's around 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. So for my time, that would be 4 a.m. in my times.
That is so late or super early.
Yeah. So I could do like an Asia London stream, right? So, and I just have like a couple of coffees in the early morning. I don't know. Maybe I can do that.
Have you seen people try and stream the 24-hour stream?
I've seen Methodical Man went for 14 hours a couple of months ago. I think I don't know how he did it. You know, I just a small, not trading related story, but I'm going to keep it in 10 seconds. I was streaming gaming in 2018. That was in a different era. No, I wasn't a pro, and I was just streaming for 24 hours on a video game, and I know that took so much energy from me. Oh my God, I was drained. And so I saw Methodical Man doing a trading stream for 14 hours. How did he do it? I don't know.
That's a long time.
That's a long time. Maybe I'll do it. Who knows?
It would be fun, right? Maybe.
You know what? We can do it somehow. We should do it. Like if Methodical...
And then we could wear our pajamas and we can do it together.
We should do it. And, you know, if Methodical Man could do 14 hours, we'll do 15. That's it.
That's it. I think game on. Methodical Man, once he hears this, he'll be like, all right, I'm going to go for 16 hours then.
It's never going to end. All right. Anyway, but we're talking about the markets here, guys. So this is trading related. But anyway, yeah, it's kind of fun, but but jokes aside, it doesn't mean that you guys have to be at the charts like 12 hours or 8 hours. You know, when I started out years ago, I mean, I was spending 8 hours, 10 hours at front of the charts because I really wanted to understand a lot of things. But ideally, if you understand the market structure and you understand the context of the market and you know what your setup, you have the data from backtesting, you should not be trading more than, like, if, for example, a New York session, you should be done within 1 or 2 hours. That's it. That would be the ideal. Yeah.
That is another secret sauce component, right? To like limiting our trading. So that can help with bad decision making.
Actually, yes. That's a lot. Yes, I 100% agree. So narrowing down, because you have to sleep as well. You have to be relaxed and rested and everything. So sleep is very important. And so, yes, there's nothing wrong if you're still in your early 20s and you're full with energy and you want to understand the market. I get it. But when you're doing it as almost like a full-time job, I mean, trading, then obviously you don't need to spend like 12 hours or 10 hours. And if you only trade the New York session, like on average 2 hours would be okay. That's what I think.
Yeah. Oh, Zamco is in the house, everyone.
Zamco is here? All right.
Is here. He is on deck. Before we bring Zamco on the show with Ash Trades, I will share my screen so you can see. For anyone that doesn't know, we do have this special promo going on right now. It's for daily payouts. You can select the scale plan, and when you check out, it's the scale 50K account. You have to make sure you select the rapid add-on when you check out. And this gives the account the ability to request daily payouts once you're in the sim funded arena stage, and then you can request daily payouts. So make sure you use code YouTube for that. It does help to support the channel every time you use our code. Thank you so much, you guys. You guys are so awesome. Awesome today.
The chat is as absolutely positive vibes all day, every day. And I know that everybody's hyped up because of Zamco is here. So I'm going to be listening to definitely for this segment. I always listen to Ash, but now this is going to be super special.
Yes, me too. I'm so excited. Are you guys excited to hear from Zamco and Ash, our GOAT trader?
Ash.
Type in
Of
1
course.
if you're excited. Type in 1. I'm so excited. I have to type in 1.
Oh my God. Time flies, Terry. Time flies. And it's just, it feels like it was just 9 a.m. a minute ago. And it's like 10:30.
I know, right? Yes. I'm seeing lots of people are excited. Content Hunter. Let's go.
Awesome.
Tech is excited.
Everybody.
All right, everyone. Give a very warm welcome to Ash Trades and Zamco.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Have a great day. And we'll see you guys next time.
We'll see you soon. Bye.
Hello, hello.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, chat? How's everybody doing today? Chat, do us a favor. Throw a bunch of W's in chat for Zamco. I'm going to do a quick little introduction. I'm very thankful that Zamco was able to join us today. Zamco has done a phenomenal job. I've seen 5-figure payouts. I've seen 6-figure payouts. This is an individual that continues to keep crushing prop firm payouts. So I feel honored to get the chance to talk to him, get to ask him some questions, dig into some of his process and see how he's able to achieve these things. So if you don't mind, throw a bunch of W's in chat for him. Let's welcome him onto the stream. And if Zamco wants to give a little introduction himself, if you want to let the viewers know a little bit about yourself and a little bit about your trading, that would be great.
Sure. So my name is Zamco. I've been trading for 8 years now. And I've been trading prop firms for around 3.5 years. And I was unprofitable for my first 6 years of trading. And I've only been profitable for the last 1.5 to 2 years. And my first ever payout with a prop firm was last year, April 2024. And since then, I've done almost 1.1 million in payouts since last year.
Absolutely astonishing. And so When you refer to those payouts, is that all prop firm, or do you also work in some cash accounts or maybe the crypto market or any other markets?
That's all prop firms. Everything from prop firms.
Absolutely
I don't really create my
amazing.
own capital.
I mean, that's a number that I think everybody here can agree on, that they would love to accomplish that at some point in time. So thank you for coming on the show. Would it be possible, or would you be willing to share maybe how you achieve that? Is there some kind of process that you follow? Is there a entry function or logic that you find repeats in these markets that you've been executing?
Yeah, I can definitely show my entry model. It's very, very simple. Basic market structure. I can definitely show that.
Yeah, if we want to flip the screen to his chart, that would be great, so we can see some of his explanations.
Yep, there we go.
Perfect. Thank you.
Cool. So typically what I do is I look for market structure shifts, right? That's all I trade really. So very, very simple market structure. So in the morning, I missed this trade, by the way, but this is still just a really good example of how I go about my trade. So I pretty much wait for Asian session, so Tokyo session, to finish. And then after we finish Tokyo session, I'm basically trading just London session, pre-London and London. And what I look for is impulsive moves to a certain direction where markets shift their direction. So at the moment, we were kind of moving sideways, kind of moving down over here. And what I basically look for is a market structure shift. Very, very simple textbook, break of structure to the upside. And we have a market structure shift. And then we mark out our inefficiency, which, as most people know, is a fair value gap. So we mark that out. And what is crucial and what differentiates my way of doing things is that I use premium and discount zones a lot. So if we were to mark out the low of this low and the high that it made, you can see that this 1 minute inefficiency is basically just below 50%, which is a discounted area. So that's kind of crucial for the zones that I use. So sometimes people ask me, oh, which inefficiency do you use? It's the ones that sit below 50% retracement of the move that caused the market structure shift. So basically, I'll just enter at the open of that inefficiency, stop loss below the low, and I target opposing liquidity. So in this scenario here, we have the Asian highs. I use the Asian highs and lows as my areas of liquidity. So this was a very, very simple, almost 1 to 3 risk to reward trade. I didn't personally take it, but this is kind of how I go about my trades. Simple market structure, inefficiencies, and premium and discount. That's pretty much all I do.
Amazing. So is there a difference in terms of London or New York? Do you primarily focus on London session? Do you primarily focus on New York?
I focus on London session. I'm not really a fan of New York session because if you think about it, when a daily candle is being printed, NY session usually continues the move, right? So let's say the daily candle starts, it creates its bottom wick. That's typically during Asian session. And then before it starts flipping bullish and continues up in the direction that it wants to go in, typically London session is what manipulates, and then we start pushing in the direction. So if I'm catching that London volume whilst we're manipulating, and I can catch the direction right before it even starts, I can hold that trade all throughout London and New York, because New York pretty much continues that move. So that's how I catch the big high risk reward trades as well, where I can just keep holding that trade all throughout the day and get those big payouts.
Amazing information. And thank you once again for even sharing with us. If you want to, before we get a little deeper into this conversation, if you want to also link some of your socials, that way people can contact you if you're open to sharing information. That way they know where to find you.
Sure. So YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and X, all of those platforms, just Zamco Capital, the name that you see just on the screen. That's it. And you'll find me.
Very good. So now next, I wanted to go into some of the position sizing as well. I know that there's no one size fits all, but it's kind of the logic that I was trying to dive into. There's some people in the space that have no problem going through their accounts versus some people that try to stay in one account for as long as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Do you find that when you're position sizing, are you willing to use your accounts, or do you lower your size so that you can stay in your accounts?
I use my whole account. Every single trade, pretty much I'm using the whole account per trade. That's kind of how I go about it, because I see the risk as the challenge fee, not the actual money that's on the screen when I'm in the trade. It's just, if I lose this account, I lose the challenge fee, and that's my risk per trade, basically.
Very good. Yeah, I mean, that's quite literally the dollar amount that's coming out of your pocket. So
Exactly.
in terms of risk management, it's, what goes out versus what's coming in. So, if you do cycle through the accounts, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it, especially if there's more coming in versus going out. So I know that's a huge question, because normally when I hop on here on the live stream, everybody's asking, how much of the drawdown are you willing to use? How many, positions are you allowed to take? And that was going to be my second question. Do you take more than one position within a day as well?
It depends. Normally, if I have a win, then I pretty much don't trade for the rest of the day. But if I take a loss, then I do have that natural impulse to look for another one to try and make it back. So I do take more trades if I lose. But if I win, I'm pretty much done, because then that means I caught the move, I got my setup, I got the move that it was meant to do in the morning. That's it. But if I take a loss, then maybe I was a bit too early. Maybe the move's going to come after. Maybe I didn't wait for a liquidity sweep or something like that. So that's kind of how I rationalize it to myself. If I catch the move, that means I caught the move it was meant to do. But if I miss it, that means I did something wrong. I might have entered early or something. So then maybe that move is coming very soon, and maybe I can get that.
So then that makes me think of the next question in terms of you're looking for liquidity sweeps and market structure shifts. But if that logic is no longer valid, meaning, you don't get the first one gets stopped out, but then you never get another market structure shift, would you sit on your hands at that point in time? Is it only when the idea or the thesis is still in play versus the idea just being wrong?
So it depends. Now, for example, in this situation right here, let's say I wanted to buy, and let's say we continue down further. Okay, with this didn't hold, we continue down further. Then we retrace up, and then we continue down further. Now, I know this Asian high hasn't been swept, so it's a really high likelihood that we'll go up to there. But if I'm seeing constantly we keep making lower lows and lower highs, I might just try to continue the sells. So as we retrace, I might just try to enter in again to just continue as it's dropping down. My main focus is always follow market structure to very logical points of interest. So previous daily highs and lows, whatever. So if we are going down and down and down, then I'm going to rationally look, where are we heading to? If I know that I have some space where I can actually catch the move before it gets there, I'm just going to wait for a retracement and just follow market structure. So just like in this situation where we have a market structure shift to the upside, let's say we're moving down, market structure shift to the downside, we retrace up, we break structure again, we retrace up. I'm just going to try to catch that sell before we break the next low. So I'm just going to try to follow the market as it pushes in one direction.
Okay, so it sounds like you are okay with changing the thesis or the idea and being in the flow of market structure versus needing, right? Like this, in this scenario, you were looking for Asia highs. If Asia highs were the target, you would be okay with saying, okay, Asia highs are no longer the target. Market structure is saying something else. Now I'll look lower.
Yeah, exactly.
Very good. And so when it comes to entering these positions too, I wanted to ask, are you only looking for the entries in that imbalance that's in a discount, or are you willing to hop into a position a little bit earlier, anticipating that idea?
Good question. So I think it depends on how price is moving. If I see we are very bullish, I'm not going to expect a big retracement down to discount. If we keep just getting little pullbacks and pushing up higher, little pullbacks, then I'm going to anticipate a little pullback. That's it. I'm not going to anticipate a big retracement for the next move, because if we're really, really bullish, probably not going to get that retracement. So I do add on risk when I take an earlier entry just because I don't want to miss the move. So I will just enter in earlier on, like, even if it's not in a discount. But my most A+ setups will be the ones where we come into a discount and then I can catch a really good retracement. But if we're not getting it, I will still try to get in just because I don't want to miss the move.
Right, because it doesn't always retrace into a discount. So that's why I wanted to bring that up is, are you okay with hopping into it beforehand? So very good. Thank you for sharing.
No problem at all.
So then now shifting away from price action itself, I also want to dive into some of the risk management decisions in terms of the accounts.
Sure.
For example, one of the main questions that comes across the desk is, are you building a buffer versus instantly taking a payout when you become available for a payout?
Okay, so this depends on account types. So for example, if on the funded account there is consistency rule, then I won't try to make a huge buffer suddenly, because again, if I do that, I know I'm going to have to make that amount again and again to meet the consistency. So I don't do that for consistency accounts. But if there is no consistency on the funded account, I will try to get one big trade straight away so that I have a buffer. And then going forward, I can take smaller trades using that entire buffer as my stop loss. So when you think about it, I am trading negative risk to reward, but my win rate will be extremely high. It's very unlikely that I'll even lose a trade because I have such a huge stop loss and such a small TP because of that buffer that was built initially. So that's how I go about building the account. I try to get one big trade and then take smaller trades after, rather than small consistent trades right from the get-go.
So during that additional buffer, instead of sizing up in terms of position sizing, you'd rather keep the same size but have more room for price to move in terms of a stop loss?
Exactly. Yeah, precisely. That's it.
Very good. Because that was actually going to be my next question, is in terms of compounding, do you increase the size as the account goes up? But it looks like we came across that during the last
pretty much, yeah. Just keep the size the same, but the buffer just keeps increasing. So I have more movement and just trying to get for small targets.
Right. And so how does it work in terms of payout then? Are you looking for larger payouts, or when you become available for the payout, are you going to take what's available to you?
So first I look at the cap. What is my payout cap? I try to make the amount where I can just about get the entire payout cap. I won't try to, let's say, for example, I have a 5K payout cap after 50%. So I'm not going to make 5K on the account because I know I only get half. So that's only 2.5K. I'm going to make 10K because I know half of that is the payout cap. So I always try to make sure that when I get my profit split, I'm going to meet the maximum of that payout cap. That's kind of how I go about it in terms of getting payouts. So if I haven't reached it, no, that's not even the case. I would always reach it because my first trade has to be that large anyways. So I would always target enough so that I can get the maximum payout cap on my first trade. If not, then I hit stop loss and I lose the account.
Very good. Yeah, I mean, that's a great way of, making your winners larger than your losers. Because if you're hitting the max payout in terms of the cap versus how much the account is when you purchase it. Oh, just excuse me real quick. They surprised us with a little code there. Chat, if you take a look at the code right below, you got Candlestick Patterns 33 for 33 free resets.
Oh, wow. That's a lot.
There you go, chat. W for our guest today. Nice little reset code. Throw some W's in chat if you did get one of those. Also, I'm going to leave some time for chat to ask Zamco questions as well. So as we're going through this conversation, if you want to throw some kind of question in the chat for Zamco that you've been waiting to ask him, do us a favor, throw it in chat. After my conversation with him, we'll head over to chat and go back and forth in a small Q&A as well. Alrighty, so very good information. Once again, I just want to say thank you again for sharing all this value, because it's not easy to even get to a payout. And there's a very small percentage of individuals that ever do get to a payout. So, getting to talk to people with you that are hitting some max payouts, that I think chat needs to be, writing down some notes here. So I want to keep digging deeper into the accounts and the management to that. I think that is very important. Just simply because, the way that you make progress in this business is allowing your winners to be larger than your losers. And with dealing with these prop firms, price action management is one thing, but account management is another thing. You can't just be burning through accounts and only withdrawing minimum payouts, right? If your expenses are larger than your income, then it doesn't matter how your trading is going. That's not a profitable business. So,
Exactly.
The next thing I wanted to ask was, are we copy trading as well? So when we're going for these max payouts, are we doing it one at a time, or are we copy trading, right? Like MyFundedFutures allows you to have 5 accounts at once. So are we trading all 5 accounts, or are we doing it one at a time?
I copy all accounts constantly. I don't see the point in doing single accounts, because if you can afford to risk all 5 accounts at once, why not do that? Because the potential to make a lot of money is still there. If you make, let's say, 5K on one account, why settle for just 5K when you can do 25K just by increasing your cost 5x? Sure, but in terms of when you look at the account fees, it's not that much technically. So it's like, what? How much is a 150K account? Like $200, $150, something like that. Let's say you get 5 of them. That's like $800. Now, if you are happy to risk $800 to potentially make $25,000, I think that's a fair enough return on investment if you can afford that risk. So I always just go with the maximum you're allowing me to have. I'll get all of them together and copy between all of them. I'm just going to take as much as I can.
So would you still feel the same way for an individual that's just starting this business? For somebody that's just learning, maybe hasn't really found their footing yet, would you still think about compounding, or would you tell that type of individual to work their way up to it?
Yeah, so for someone that's starting out, most definitely do not go for that in terms of just buying so many accounts and trying to copy trade, because that's a lot of pressure. First, you need to actually get a payout. Whether you do that on one account or a very, very small account, that's irrelevant. It's more to do with just try to get a payout. It doesn't really matter how big or small, because a lot of people are fixated on, oh, I want, like when they get like 100K funded account or whatever, they're trying to go for like a 10K payout. It's like, relax. If you've never had a payout, try to just get something out of the market. It doesn't matter how small. Just try to prove that you have an edge in the market. You can implement a strategy and you can get paid. Only after you become consistent with that do you start compounding it and scaling up to larger accounts and trying to copy it between all of them, when you have that confidence behind your data and you actually have a proven statistical edge. Because if you don't have that, you're wasting away your money, probably trying to get these big payouts on so many accounts, but you're just going to lose so many of them. You're just going to burn through your money before you even get to the point of getting a payout. So you'd rather have more attempts by scaling down than trying to get a lot all at once when you don't even have the consistency yet.
Amazing. So then taking the next step, we've learned how to do it. We're seeing payouts. We've compounded. We've gotten to some of those compounded payouts as well. What are we doing at that point in time? Are we diversifying once you've hit some of those max payouts, or is it just day trading and compounding through day trading? Do you spread the payouts across different markets, or is it only day trading?
I pretty much reinvest all of my payouts back into buying more accounts and more funding across different firms. I don't really invest my money anywhere else. The only thing I have done is I bought a bunch of crypto after the dip that we had a few weeks ago. And that was because I got paid like $150,000 all in one go. And I didn't need that. So I thought, okay, I just have this payout in my Coinbase wallet. Let me just buy a bunch of cryptos and leave it in that. But other than that, I don't invest in anything else other than just reinvesting and purchasing more accounts.
Very good. Yeah, so that was more of a personal question for myself instead of chat, because I am into real estate. I am into crypto as well. I do have some equities as well. So in terms of diversification, that has kept me alive in a lot of different circumstances, because it lessens the risk a little bit, right? Because if the stock market crash, that doesn't mean that the housing market's going to crash, or same thing with crypto. You know, if the crypto is not exactly correlated to equities. So just spreading it out a little bit has made it harder to be killed. You know,
Yeah.
I'll survive because of the diversification. So, but that goes back to compounding your day trading then, because if you have more money to be reinvesting into more accounts, you can scale up quicker there. So
yeah, so that even what you just said there, I do want to get into real estate, but I really do think I'm making like a really good amount, and because I keep reinvesting all of that money into purchasing more, I'm scaling up even quicker and quicker and quicker. Like I've never made this amount of money this quickly consistently. So I'm just thinking, if I was to then go and buy a house, that's a huge chunk of that money that I could have used to scale up even further, and it's just dumped into a house which isn't really going to return me as much. Sure, it's safer, but I feel like I'm confident enough to take that risk right now and try to scale up as quick as possible, because time is one thing I don't want to waste. So if I do put a bunch of money into houses, then I'm just going to slow down that income and limit my ability to scale and compound.
amazing. Yeah, I always like to use like professional athletes as an example, but you know, you don't see LeBron James playing soccer, right? Or football, however everybody calls it. I know you can probably tell I'm from the US now that I called it soccer.
Yeah.
But, you know, LeBron James is only playing basketball. So there's a reason for that. Just getting good at one thing and compounding that could, you know, decrease the amount of time to those goals that you're looking for. So that is amazing.
But I think once you've, of course, reached those goals and you just have a plethora of just money sitting around, sure, make it a bit safer and go into real estate and stuff like that. But right now, I'm trying to accelerate as quick as possible.
Very good. So I did want to give some time for chat to ask some questions as well. There are some phenomenal questions that came across already, so I did highlight some of them.
Okay.
To make it a little bit easier for yourself, I'll just go ahead and read off some of the best questions. If you're okay with going through a little Q&A with chat as well, that would be great to finish out the segment here.
Yeah, absolutely. Sounds good. Let's go for it.
Thank you. So one of the first ones that really stuck out was, sorry, I'm probably going to say the name wrong, but CanoPsych asked, he said, Zamco, what was the most destructive, limiting belief you had during your unprofitable years that you don't have now?
Destructive limited self-belief. Well, that's a tricky one. For one, I don't really remember much of my history. I feel really old. I don't really remember much from years ago. But let me think about this. I never doubted myself. I never doubted that I could do it. So there wasn't a limiting belief in that. I think it's a bit tricky because you're saying destructive and limiting. I guess they go hand in hand. But I feel like maybe my thought that I can make it really quickly was really limiting for me, because every time I would put in some money into my personal account, I would try to scale that as quick as possible and I just blow the account. So I think thinking that it's going to be quick, I've just started out trading, I can make a bunch of money really quickly. I think that was a very, very destructive self-belief. But I've realized now, look, it took me 6 years to even get my first ever payout and actually become more consistent. So that shows that it takes a while. Sure, some people might be different. They might do it in 2 years, 6 months, whatever. But point is, it takes time. It's not going to be instant. So I think that self-belief of I can do it very quickly, get rich quick, that's kind of what was very destructive for me.
Yeah, so I'll also throw my 2 cents in there. It took me about like 4 years to become profitable. And I would probably say the most destructive limiting belief that I had was needing to be right. I always felt as if I needed to know exactly where price was moving, as if there was some kind of perfect strategy. So then when it came to being wrong, I would then switch the strategy, thinking that it was the strategy that I was using that was holding me back from hitting the profit. So just the limiting belief was thinking I needed to know where price was moving at all times. That was very limiting.
Right.
And then the destructive action there was always strategy hopping. I was always looking for the perfect holy grail, when in reality, just if I could have just accepted the fact that losses are a part of the game, that I didn't need to know where price was moving all the time, I probably would have shortened that time period there in terms of the learning.
Okay. Yeah, so that's a good one. You know, when you say knowing where price is going to go and needing to be right, I've made it a habit now for myself, because I understand price action much better now in terms of how it moves, why it moves, etc. So a lot of the times when I'm in a trade, I always try to look for the counter, which is, why is this trade going to fail? Oh, we have this zone here, maybe it's going to reject that and go down. Like, I'm always trying to tell myself why it will fail, so that if it does, I'm not surprised, and it's like I can rationalize that's why it failed, and I don't feel as bad that I took a loss, because it's like, yeah, I took a loss because of that. So that's what I've tried to make a habit of doing whenever I'm in a trade. Always look for the counter. Why will this go wrong? Why could it go wrong? And I think that helps with accepting the loss.
I mean, that was a perfect explanation. That is what actually helped me make the progress too. Being capable of learning from those losers and understanding why something failed, compared to, tilting, starting to get annoyed that it didn't work, and doing the whole coulda, woulda, shoulda thing. Just documenting it, seeing where it went wrong, learning from it, and then moving forward after that, instead of getting stuck on it.
Yeah.
So then that was also a perfect question from Melvin. Going along those lines of the time where you weren't profitable, was there something in terms of income that was keeping you in this game? Did you work a full-time job? Was it some kind of income that allowed you to keep trading, that helped you survive? Or what was it? Was it a belief that, someday this is going to work? What kept you going at that moment in time?
What kept me going, even through the failure, was the fear of being trapped. I don't know what it is, but I cannot be trapped. If I feel like I'm being pushed into a corner, I will find a way out somehow. Doesn't matter what part of life, it's just generally in life, any situation, if I feel trapped, I will try my best to find a way out, because that feeling is not something I can just accept and be like, oh, this is how it is, this is how life is, and it is what it is. I can't accept that. If I feel trapped, I have to get out. So I felt like if I don't succeed in trading, I will work the job that I was working, or go on to I was doing physiotherapy back then as a student. So I thought, oh, I'm just going to become a physiotherapist and do that for the rest of my life. And I couldn't accept that. So that fear of being trapped doing that work that I did not want to do, it kept me going. I just had to get out.
Yeah, so I did also have a 9 to 5, and going through, it was a handful of years of working an office job. I just saw how deteriorating it was. Some of the other individuals that were in the office, they weren't coming into work very happy. They weren't, excited about what they were doing. And that was a light bulb moment for me, where I was like, do I really want to spend my entire life feeling this way every single day? Or is there something out there that could change these circumstances? So the 9 to 5 job definitely provided the income to start the business. That was very helpful. But then the reality of actually going into work every single day was very eye-opening.
Yeah, no, most definitely. When I would take the train to go to work, I would always just look at everyone's faces. I'm like, these guys don't look like they have life in them. And it felt like I'm a sheep being taken to the slaughterhouse or something like that. Like, it feels horrible looking around. It's just so lifeless. Like no one's got energy or life in them. I couldn't stand that.
Yeah, that was very eye-opening for myself. So then what is the overall goal then? This is another great question by Biker. Oh, maybe I got that wrong. Hassan, actually. Hassan asked, what is the overall goal?
The overall goal is to quit trading. I don't like trading. I only really do it for the money. The actual goal is freedom. So I want to quit trading, because trading itself, it gives you freedom to an extent, but it also occupies my mind constantly. And it's really annoying that if I'm in a trade, I can't be spoken to. If I'm at lunch or something and I'm in a position, I'm not present. I'm thinking about that trade. I'm checking it every 5 minutes. You're free to an extent. I don't have to work. I can get up whenever I want. Sure, I can do whatever I want. But trading itself, it really, really does not give me freedom mentally. So I want to quit trading. That's my overall goal. And now once I make enough to be able to set up enough passive sources of income, for example, rental properties, laundromats, car washes, whatever it may be, where I can passively make a significant amount, then I can let go of trading and I can just live passively and have the freedom of my mind. I think my mind, having the freedom in my own head, that's what I really want. I've got freedom of time and like location. I can do whatever, but my mind is always occupied. So I just want that to be free.
Yeah, I mean, you're really saying some pure gold here. I just have to say thank you again for your time, because it's like pure gems, and I could just relate to it so much. That's why I feel as if some of my answers are near the same as yours. It's just the reason why that I'm doing this is that, you know, I want to have time with my family. I want to start a family, and I want to be able to spend my time there instead of, you know, working in trading. Working in trading is kind of the same as the 9 to 5. There's a little more freedom in terms of location and time, but you do have to show up each morning and complete the skill to get a result. Exactly. So there is a form of work that needs to be completed there. And once I get to the goal that I'm looking for, that's going to be more of a passive income where I can have all of my time so that somebody else isn't raising my kids. They don't have to go off to a daycare. I could raise them myself, and I can be with my wife and, you know, have more time overall. That would be my reason why.
Yeah, no, that's amazing. Definitely. And I think a lot of people don't realize this, where it's very different. When you're trading, your performance dictates how much you get paid. And a lot of the people, like if you're working a job, no matter your performance, like even if you're a crap worker, as long as you show up and just do the most basic tasks, at the end of the day, you get paid. With trading, you'd get money taken away from you. So it's a very different level of work where you don't just get paid just because you're doing the work. You get money taken from you. That's a very, very different feeling compared to just getting paid at the end of the month. No matter what you do. So I think that it really affects your psychology to a whole different level where you're constantly stressed, you're constantly worrying. It's very, very, you're just always anxious whenever you're trading. I don't know. It's very different because money gets taken away from you rather than just you do the work and you get paid.
Agreed. So this next question kind of changes it up a little bit. This one's more in regards to trading on the chart and the evals. This individual, No Luck Pure Skill, is asking if you trade your evals differently than your funded.
Oh, yeah. So typically, I think it differs. When it comes to CFDs and futures, it's different. When it comes to CFDs, I do use very, very high risk to just get through this challenge stage very quickly. And once I come to funded, then I drop my risk quite small, like less than 1% per trade. But in the initial challenge, if I can risk the whole daily drawdown, I will do that just to pass the phases. But when it comes to futures, it's a bit different because it depends on all the account types. There's so many different account types. I have to trade them a bit differently. So for example, if I want to pass, I will do as much like high risk, try to pass the first 50%. And then the next trade the next day, I'll do high risk as the maximum contract size you allow me to pass the next 50%. So I'll try to pass very, very quickly. Once funded, whatever the maximum contract is, I will still use that if you allow me to. Whatever the max is, I'll use that to build up a huge buffer, and I'll keep using the maximum position size every single time. So I use basically maximum size, maximum risk all throughout the futures accounts because they are cheaper and there's no daily drawdown typically on accounts. So I use that to my advantage with the high risk because as my buffer increases, my drawdown increases. So I can afford to do high risk constantly. So that's kind of how I approach futures compared to CFDs. On CFDs, I drop my risk on funded, but futures, I pretty much keep it the same.
And so was there any kind of aha moment that gave you that conviction to actually get to that kind of size? You know, a lot of people use their evals as like a learning period, and they're not, there's still some, I don't want to say they're scared, but there is still some fear there in terms of losing the account. So people don't really have the conviction to be, you know, full sending an eval, or however you want to say, going full leverage during an eval to get a result that you're looking for. So was there a specific moment that kind of gave you that conviction to be able to do that?
I think just getting payouts and knowing that I have this pot of money that I can use, I think that helped with the conviction because I know that I can burn through a lot of accounts and the balance isn't really affected that much because again, challenges are quite cheap when you look at it in comparison to how much you can make. My first ever payout was on a 10K account on CFDs. That only happened because I realized, okay, I have my job that pays me £2,000 a month. 10K accounts are fairly cheap. I can risk as much as I want on these accounts because I can cycle through a lot of them. So that's where my conviction and confidence came through, where I know I have a lot of these accounts that I can risk. I wasn't going through like 100K or 200K accounts because again, that gives me less amount of attempts. So I think that's where the conviction came in, is understanding my cost and how many accounts I can go through. I guess that's how my answer goes. It's just more understanding how much money you have and how many accounts you can burn through.
I mean, that's perfect. Conviction is built through experience. So when you develop the experience by having data backing what you're doing, that's what builds the conviction, right? For somebody that's never reached a payout, they're still going to have that kind of fear. Whereas you had mentioned those payouts being the conviction, seeing that you are capable of doing this, and it not being an idea, it being proof, like the payouts are hitting the bank. This is not an idea anymore. It's actually happening. So
yeah, most definitely.
That definitely builds the conviction without a doubt.
Yeah, all of this started with my first payout. That gave me proof of concept, like, oh crap, I can do this now. That changes something in your head. I don't know how to explain it, but it just gives you that confidence because you have proof now of everything that you've been trying to achieve.
And so you mentioned the account size there for a second during the explanation. Do you have a favorite account size? Do you prefer the smaller accounts versus the larger accounts? Like, are you going for a 50K or are you going for 150K?
Okay, so initially, the reason I said 10K account, that's because that was my first ever payout. So I couldn't afford to buy larger accounts, but now that I can, I will always try to get the largest account size that you can offer me. So 150Ks, I'll get as many as you allow me to, basically, on any firm. Just get max allocated pretty much.
Very good. Very good. I did want to give you a chance to throw your socials out there again. I see that there's a handful of new viewers. So if you want to just let everybody know where they can contact you. I personally think the value that's being dropped today is well worth the time. So thank you. If you could let everybody know the socials again, that would be great.
Sure. So you can see on the screen, Zamco Capital. Just search that up on Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, or Twitter, or X, and I'll pop up. Or even just Google, just Zamco Capital. I'll be there.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So we have about 20 minutes left during our segment. I did want to get a few more questions in. I know we're throwing a lot at you today, and that's why I keep saying thank you. So, I really believe that the mindset some of the logic that we're talking about here is what makes the difference in trading. It's not just going to be what's on this chart. It's some of the ideas that you're talking about, some of the ways that you're approaching the chart. It's not just a chart. It's the logic that you're providing to your decision making, and that's what gets you to those payouts. So that's why I'm digging into some of your opinions and your thoughts.
I'll tell you a good one. It's called casino theory. This is something I came across years ago when I was unprofitable. So when you think about a roulette table, right, you have black and you have red. You'd assume it's a 50-50 chance, right? But those extra little green spots that you have on that roulette table, it throws the odds in the favor of the casino. So even though they only have like maybe a 2% more chance of the casino winning overall, over a long period of time, that 2% adds up. So that's when you start to understand that all you need is a slight edge in the market, and you can just replicate that system. And over a long period of time, you're going to keep winning because the odds are in your favor statistically. So even if it's 1 or 2% in your favor, give it enough time, it'll work out in your favor. So I think that theory helped me a lot because, again, you just need a slight skew in your favor, and you just implement that system again and again.
Yeah, so I can actually relate to that. I've mentioned here like a random distribution of probabilities is usually what I say. For example, my best way of explaining this is if we're thinking about 50-50 odds, that does not mean that the first flip is going to be on heads and the second flip is going to be on tails. It doesn't always give you 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. You could go through a period of 3 heads in a row and then finally get a tails.
Yeah.
So probabilities are probabilities and they should be used, but the random distribution of them should be understood because that allows you to allow price to do what it wants to do. That was one of the things that once I fully understood that was when I stopped trying to figure out every single price move. And I got into a position, I accepted the risk before the risk was taken. Once I got into the position, I then let price do what it wanted to do. I wasn't instantly jamming my stop loss up to break even the very first moment that I became profitable, because I can't tell if price is going to fluctuate up and then down and then up again or down again. It's going to randomly move. The overall theory could be correct, but you don't need to know every single price fluctuation.
Yeah.
So once I allowed the randomness of the market, that is what helped me a lot.
Yeah, no, that's a really, really good point right there. You know, even if you look at 50-50, like you said, even if your trading strategy is always a 1-to-1 risk to reward, technically it's 50-50. You can, it's 1-to-1. But if you think about it, even if you were 50-50, 1-to-1 risk to reward all the time, if you have even the tiniest bit of knowledge behind a market's direction, let's say it's trending and you're still aiming for 1-to-1, just because of that extra bit of knowledge, even with with a 1-to-1 risk to reward, you can be more profitable because you just had that bit of data that told you it's more likely to be a buy because we're bullish overall, even with a 1-to-1, if you get what I mean. It's like it's 50-50, but you just add a bit of context behind it and it's no longer 50-50.
The same could be said for having an edge in your emotional and mental intelligence. You could be positioning yourself correctly, but if you don't have the edge in terms of understanding your emotions and being in control of them, you won't even allow price to play out.
That's a good one. Yeah.
You could be correct, but if you stop yourself out of the position because you're so fearful of holding it, then there goes the probabilities there too, just by having an emotional understanding.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree. Once you're in that trade, just let it do its thing. Don't try to tamper with it, make it break even. You're absolutely right. I agree. Yeah, it's great.
So I did also want to ask, if you were to start this business from the very beginning, what would be like the 3 most important things that you would tell, knowing what you know now? What would you tell yourself if you were to start all over again?
I would make sure I have a consistent stream of income, so a job or whatever it may be, but something consistent that can always pay you. I would tell myself that that's what you need, because if you don't, you're going to be trading out of desperation and it's just going to mess things up. So a consistent income, make sure that you have that. Next would be to, when it comes to actual chart patterns and just the market itself, to really focus in on basic market structure, and with that, only really take trades that are following the trend. Because if you're not following the trend, trying to fight it, you're just going to lose. Because a lot of the times when people get into trading, if price is going down, 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 they're trying to just catch that little bottom before the big move up. You never really know when that's going to happen. You're more likely to just catch the sells with it. So always understand market structure. Just really try to just follow the market structure. And I think the third one would be, I guess, don't try to rush it. The moment you try to rush trying to get to where you're trying to get, so like trying to become profitable really, really quickly, that's where you're going to mess up. So have a consistent stream of income, just follow the trend market structure, and don't try to rush it.
That is just perfect. I mean, it is quite astonishing to see, on social media how everybody's in such a rush to make day trading like their full-time job. They're always like, I want to do this full-time. They don't, they see the freedom to it, but it takes money to make money. You can't day trade if you have no money. So it's exactly. Like, I mean, you hit the nail on the head with that one. Like you have to have a job, and in return, having that job is going to give you a little bit more security, not just in finances and personal life, but in day trading, right? If you know that your life doesn't depend on this, then you're not going to have that emotional roller coaster that's going to change your positioning or your management on the screen. So there is a huge value in having that security. And, if for all the people that are listening, if you fall into, the vacation and the cars and the watches, you need money to at least get to that point in time. So I know it all looks great on social media. Just don't let it influence you to a point where you don't take the first steps that are necessary to even get there.
Yeah, definitely. I love that phrase. It takes money to make money, because a lot of people I get a lot of DMs. Please, sir, could you just buy me one account? I'm afraid to tell you that one account is not going to change your life. You're most likely just going to fail at that account. What you need is money to buy that account. Just my one purchase for you is not going to change your life. So definitely takes money to make money. If you can't afford accounts, then please don't be trading. Your priority is not trading right now. It's to have some sort of income other than trading.
And then the last comment too, I am a huge advocate of patience. I quite literally contribute the first 4 years of failing to patience. I was just in such a rush to get to a certain goal, and not allowing for the delayed gratification really set me back. If I stopped rushing, trying to find the newest, best thing, then I would have seen that it was all internal and not external. If I could have just been a little bit more patient with my positions, or a little bit more patience with my knowledge, it would have held me back from strategy hopping, or oversizing was a horrible thing in the beginning too. I always was trying to figure out, why isn't this working? Why? Well, if you weren't going 10 times the amount of size that you should be, then maybe you'd be able to hold on to that position a little bit longer instead of getting liquidated. So there was always that rush to get to a goal. And I do think that's human nature, right? Like everybody wants to hit their goals, and it's obviously going to feel better if it's in a shorter period of time. But this really is a work smarter, not harder type of business. So having that understanding of patience is truly key, in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly. It's like doctors don't become doctors within 6 months. It takes like 6-7 years to get that degree, to actually be in a position where you can be a doctor and get paid the amount that they do. It's the same thing with trading. Can't rush it like that.
couldn't have been a better example. You quite literally have to go to school and you have to pay for school for X amount of years before you ever even get a salary.
Mhm.
So, what's the difference there between this chart right here?
Exactly.
Very good. So chat, we only have a couple more minutes here. Looks like, where are we at? Barbie and Myth will be coming up here next in another 9 minutes. So do me a favor. If you found any value from this conversation, throw a bunch of W's in chat for Zamco. We would love to get him on here again. I think the value that he has shared again was amazing. So show him some love. Throw any last questions or comments in chat as well. We got another 8 minutes before we will hand the mic over to Barbie and Myth. So any last questions, any last comments, I'll hop over to chat to see. All right, and let's take a look. Oh, this is a fun question instead of a learning one. What do you like to spend your profits on?
Oh, I literally just purchase more accounts. I don't really do much for fun. The only thing that I purchased that was, I guess, significant with the payouts was my car. It's a CLA 45 AMG. There's that. And the only other thing really is flights. Like, I spend more on flights now. Like, I go in business class more because once I experienced it, I was like, wow, I don't really want to go economy anymore. But pretty much those two are where I spend my money, and food. Other than that, I don't really do anything else with it other than buy more accounts.
Traveling is probably one of my top favorite things to do.
Yeah.
I've been trying to make it a point to get to different countries because I truly like getting new perspectives, seeing other people's thoughts or opinions, cultures, the whole nine. So I was lucky enough. I made it over to Greece. I've made it over to Italy, Spain. I made it over to London. I went into the Caribbean as well. Traveling is probably the thing that I spend the most on, and it is really eye-opening getting to see other people's perspectives.
Yeah, definitely. I want to get into more traveling. I don't do that much because, again, I just focus. I want to make more money. I want to trade more, so I can't be traveling. That's kind of what you have freedom to do it, but you just want to make more, so you kind of limit. Like, you make yourself not free in a way.
And that was a perfect time for this question too. What about that work-life balance? Like, how do you approach that? Is it an everyday task to be looking for a trade, or do you find time for any other type of hobbies or businesses or stuff other than trading that you work on?
So for quite a few months now, I haven't really been able to find a balance, but recently, in the past month or so, I've been trading just London session, and when I'm done, I'm done. I don't go into the NY and try to trade that, because normally I would be holding trades all throughout. But now I try to just get a small, nice trade in London and try to just have my afternoon and the rest of the day free, because obviously London session for me is 8 a.m. London time for me. So in the morning, I'm done. Before 9 a.m. even happens, I'm done. So I have the whole day free for myself. That's what I'm trying to implement more. And the other thing, I guess, when it comes to traveling and having that balance of doing my hobbies or whatever, it's very tricky still for me, because I'm constantly, I'm thinking, if I'm not trading, then I'm thinking about my mentorship. I'm thinking about my social media. I need to film this video. I need to film this content. I need to make this YouTube video. I have this affiliate content that I need to make. It's like I'm still very, very occupied with other things that is technically work. So I am constantly occupied, and I don't really find myself having time to myself recently. It's tricky.
It's definitely tough. That's probably an issue of mine as well. Just so focused on this business, and I think it is going to pay off in the long term. So I do think that there's a reason behind it. And I mentioned my reasons earlier. I do think that all this time that I've spent on this will give me that freedom to raise my kids instead of somebody else raising them. So I am okay with being unbalanced at the moment. Hopefully in a couple of years from now, that could change. But I could definitely agree with that. It looks like one of these questions are being spammed in chat. So this person really, really would like to know, what time frames do you trade on? I'm going to make sure I get to this question. They've asked quite a few times. Do you trade the 1 minute time frame?
Yes, I trade all time frames, but I use higher time frame as context and zones that I'm interested in. So if I'm following higher time frame market structure, if we're retracing down into, let's say, an hourly or a 4-hour inefficiency, that's my context and directional bias. But once we're in that zone, I drop straight to the 1 minute or the 3 minute or the 5 minute. I'm using these as confirmations, basically. I'm looking for that market structure shift in that higher time frame zone. So I use pretty much all time frames. I just narrow it down when it's time to enter the trade to like the 1 minute or 3 minute or whatever.
Very good. Yeah, I don't really have a problem with a time frame. I've taken many trades on the 1 minute, the 5 minute, the 15 minute, the hourly, the daily. As I mentioned earlier, I have multiple different portfolios. So obviously a higher time frame is going to take longer to play out. So when I'm taking like a daily position, that's me looking at like a long-term investment. Back in April, with all that tariff news, we loaded up on some Tesla and some Amazon. That was a higher time frame decision that was made. So you just got to understand the difference in time frames is what I'm trying to get at here. If you're looking at a daily position, it's going to take days or weeks or months to play out. If you're looking at a 1 minute position, it's going to take a couple minutes, maybe an hour. It's going to be an intraday trade. So just know the difference in the context there and position size accordingly for it, right? Some of the prop firms won't allow you to hold a position overnight. So make sure you understand that, because taking a daily trade, a daily time frame trade, you're going to have to hold it overnight. So that's not an option for intraday trading. But very good question. It looks like our session is coming to an end. I know I've said it a million times, but it's because I really am grateful that you took your time today to answer some questions. Seeing these large payouts, seeing what you're achieving is truly, truly motivating. I think a lot of people should take the logic that was shared today and implement it to the best of their abilities. There's a lot of key points that we went over today, and this is coming from an individual that has seen 5 figures, 6 figures, 7 figures. So if that doesn't speak for itself, then I really don't know how else to put it. Okay. Zamco, thank you for your time. I really appreciate you. If you have any last things to say to chat, we'll allow you to have a closing statement before we hand the mic over to the next team.
Sure. No, thank you for having me. It's been my pleasure. And honestly, meeting you, Ash, and hearing you speak and talking to you, honestly, you're a really positive guy. And I feel like I need more of that in my life. It was really, really nice talking to you.
Yeah, I would love to set this up again. I am going to stay in contact because I think the conversation went great today. So thank you for your time. Chat, if you could throw a bunch of W's in chat, we're going to welcome Barbie and Myth up onto stage next. Do Zamco a favor, give him a follow. He's got a lot of value to share. Show him some love. I will see you all on the next segment. We will hand the mic over to Barbie and Myth next.
Amazing. Thank you. Bye.
Good morning. Oh, there it is.
Start with Alpha Cam.
When the tickers shiver and the charts go insane, you know legends just locked in again. Bull Barbie's got that red hot streak, and methodical man's moves are sleek. Trends don't chase, trends surrender. S&P and
Let's go. Good morning.
Let's go. Good morning.
We're long over here. Long.
We're long over here. Let's
Looking
go.
for the push. What's your target?
I'm about to hit one of them just below 72 here on
I'm looking
ES.
for 612.50 on the ES or from the NASDAQ. Long from the 570s.
Oh my gosh, it just barely didn't get me, but I trailed to break even at least. So
The bottom orb is what, 871?
that's
That's what I see it at.
the bottom of the orb.
Yeah, the initial balance high or low, the hourly.
Oh, okay.
The hourly.
I watched a 15, so that one was we're way past that.
Yeah. So, or is that the high? What is that? No, that is the low. It's blue. Yeah, I'm looking for that run
All
into
right, there we go.
1250. Let's go. It should squeeze here.
The other one, I'm looking at the 80 level. That was the previous day. Well, it's a floor pivot, basically. Previous day average. It's a modified floor pivot that I use.
Man, should I target 629?
629.
It looks pretty. It looks like we might get there. I'm thinking 629. 612, I think we for sure hit. 629 is questionable, I guess.
That's probably about equal to my second target here, to be honest, on ES. I'm looking at this, just below the 80 level. So I'm kind of looking at those swing highs. 79.
77's the next target I got up there. And then that's also where the VWAP is. The VWAP.
Yeah. Yeah, so I do have 77 marked, actually. That was the top of the gap, I believe. From that gap I've been on about for like a week and a half. So that's a good point. That is there. I was looking at the previous day average, so it's kind of we could definitely get a zone getting up into the upper 70s.
Oh man, look at that rejection there. Come on.
Yeah, there's a lot of orders sitting at the ES 6872 right now.
I wish I would have taken 2 here. That would have been nice.
We got 606 orders sitting there right now at 72. So we got a munch.
Looks like you jumped in with 3 there.
Well, I was in 5.
5? Whoa.
I took off 3.
Oh, I see that now. Ah, nice.
I don't usually have those little labels on. They'd actually drive me crazy. Look how much space that takes up. But
yeah, you can take you can have the marker, just the marker on there. You can like.
Yeah, I know. I usually do. I don't know why it's turned on this chart. I don't usually use this chart, but
man, it looks like I might get stopped out break even after being up like 40 points here, 50 points.
I just got stopped break even on the last 2.
That's rude.
Rude.
How do
I
you
am
do me
still
that way?
short on the orb. I have to switch accounts to show y'all. Well, we can see what you got going on over there too.
We never even hit the 612. Wow. Can't believe that. Let me re-enter this.
I've been kind of looking for that rotation spot. Of course I was watching 6850, but maybe we get it a little before. We'll see.
Oh man, yeah. So I am red this morning. Full disclosure, we're down 250. We dug as we tend to do a lot. We dug a hole this morning down about $700. Yeah,
I think we need to have a come to Jesus about the open for you.
Something. Yeah, I probably should. I was long the open as always. We did take the loss, and we have worked it back to a reasonable loss. So, am I still scalping? Yeah, I'm still scalping. That trade there, though, I don't know. My original target was 580, and then 590, and then I just moved it up. So I'm okay with it, right?
It's gotta be okay with it.
Today was hard, or it was just you, Showbit. If you were short, it was pretty easy.
Yeah, it depends on which way you took that first order. I had a hard time at the open with NASDAQ taking such a strong move lower without bringing ES with it. That was kind of annoying. I had to wait for that to chill out a little bit.
We had a huge bounce off that 500 level, though, over 100 points. I mean, it's insane. Once we finally broke lower. I do think that we run that 478. I don't know how we don't run that. But guys, I talk about this previous day close level after 10 a.m. That thing just banged today for a huge
Yeah,
point.
that's a good play. You've been doing that one, doing pretty well on that one.
Yeah, I took it only for 10 and it paid 160. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. But yeah, we just took it for 10 points. You don't get that trade that often. So you don't get it that often.
Someone was asking me, I lost the comment, but I'm mixed on the morning. So I've got some accounts that are up and some accounts that are down. So I got chopped up. It was really just, I got kind of chopped around the 70 level. I tried both a long and a short. It was really stupid.
I'm going to stab long here for that run back to that 612. So I'm long off 94.50 on nasty. Stops below
we just got
the
through a bunch of orders there.
Yeah, stops below the 60 or below that wick at 69.
I think I got stopped out too early. We're still getting that 77.
Yeah, I'm going to go stop to break even at 08, 07, 75. Just back above that swing high. I expect expansion there. Wouldn't expect it to stop. We'll see, though. We'll see. She's been kind of dirty today, so who knows? Squeeze
we have
it.
Our bestie Tom is in the chat.
Tom Sabibo? Tom Sabibo?
Tom Sabo, the Tom Sabino.
Yeah, we need the Tom Sabo guarantee. What's the guarantee, Tom?
Is it a long guarantee? If we go long here, is guaranteed.
If he gives me the guarantee, then I'll set that as my target. And if not, he has to eat poop. We're coming up with names for Tom. Just fade myth. That's what Tom says. Easy peasy.
So the long that I was in earlier was kind of largely based on that. It's kind of the same thing I'm always looking for. We when we set a 5-minute trend in the morning session around this time, we got London close and everything going on. That's when I look for that trend line to break, especially if it's at a level. And we're kind of in a sloppy zone right now, being in this. We're inside of that big weekly gap that we had put in a couple weeks ago. By the way, this is the orb, so I'll talk about that in a little bit. But that's what all these yellow boxes are. So there's kind of a cluster of stuff going on in here. And I had a hard time with this kind of between the 65 and the 70. That's why I was so fast to trail that and everything. This is that zone that got me chopped up over here. So, but yeah, that was just this 5-minute trend line breaking kind of at a spot that I was watching, which was the 65 level. We played a short down to that earlier. It was a little messy, but.
I actually hate where my stop is. I don't know if I want to.
Yeah, that's the problem I kept happening earlier. I didn't like where my stop was, moved it to earlier, got taken. Blech. This is the orb. The NASDAQ orb is still hanging on from this entry long ago. This is like the original morning orb that the bot is still in.
Yeah. Ezra, how much do I risk? It just depends on the trade itself, right? Or where you have to put the stop. It's sometimes you'll see me trade without stops, but I just put the stop where it needs to be, kind of. So it's just one of those things.
This light is the Trading Ranch logo, this one. And that one is an alien that someone gave me, and he says, chill out.
Chill out, bro. Tom just shorted 1 micro. That's the problem. That's rude, Tom.
No, Tom.
That's rude.
I don't like this area. I want to get out of it. I basically want to be like below 65 where we're back in that trend, or above 72 where we're like definitely out of it.
Well, this is the line in the stand for me. If we don't hold this level, we're going to be stopped. I'm probably just going to shoot down to that low down there at 478. Line in the sand. In fact, I'll add here. We'll see if we can bounce.
Getting dangery.
We're here for danger.
Is danger your middle name?
It's my second name.
Yeah, I gotta be above 70 to feel good about a long here.
Well, I don't feel good about it anymore, but I'm already in it. So, like I said, this is kind of the spot where we have to hold. If we don't hold here, it's just downsy. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's not the end of the world. So your break even is 634. Looks like on the on that trade there.
Oh, yeah,
Nice,
634.50 on the orb,
nice.
which is literally just my entry. So I got slipped just a tad on that fill since I mark it in. So it's
Right.
just below that orb level.
There's the bounce I was hoping of at 65 on the ES there. Let's see if it can get me out of this trade. My exit's at 576.50. That's my average. So we're going to exit at that level, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
Here's the thing about trading with a buddy, Ezra. He's got his whole trading thing that he does every day. I've got my whole trading thing that I do every day. My pacing is usually a little bit slower than his, and I'm aware of that. So he can take like shorts inside of my longs and things like that, and they can both work out.
You can
But I
both
think
get paid.
yeah. I think we're both real focused on staying true to our own strategies and our own entries. Of course, if he's going long at the same spot, I want to go long. It feels real good. But I think it's important when you have data and experience in your own strategies that you got to stay in your lane, not be hopping around.
Yeah, I should not influence you at all. And vice versa.
I only listen to chat. If chat tells me to go long, I go long. Chat tells
says,
me to go
it's
short.
a long, take it now. They're screaming at me right now saying, no, Myth, it's a short. They're probably right. It's fine. I've been longing all day. That's why we're red. Let's be honest.
I like a good long too. It's a little tricky for that.
No, I did take a nice short to get most of my money back. Down to the 500 level. I covered at 499.75, literally almost bottom ticked it. So, you know, I should have longed there, obviously. Should have got out of the short and hit long, but we didn't. So let's see if we can get out of this trade. I don't know. It's not looking good. We might could do one more Hail Mary add-on at 550, but
Yeah, I liked my earlier entry, which was kind of, breaking the 65 level, and we're back down to it. So that's kind of poopy too.
If we do the 550 add, our stop will have to be at 40. But we won't move the stop again.
I do believe Ninja Trader will liquidate you if you go under margin requirements.
Yeah, for
FYI,
sure.
Someone was asking that. And then they charge you for the service too. So don't do that.
That's true. Just only make
It's a
money.
real broker. It's not. Yeah.
It's no prop firm. Yeah.
Yeah. That's your reset, as they kept you from falling flat on your ass.
All right. We're going to add here just to try to get out. And if we lose, listen, guys, we lose. It's not a big deal. See if we just get the pop back into 60, get me out of it. This
might be the spot. We'll see. There's just there's a lot of noise down in this area. Is what the problem is. So that's why we're bouncing around, hitting stops and things.
All right, we're down to 1 here. Down to 1. I don't mind it. If we can close above the EMAs, I will move the stop into break even here. Kind of get up there above the 70 level. I'm going to still give it a chance to squeeze. Stop still at the 40. No, not looking good. Probably going to be stopped. How long does it take to build consistency in trading? Well, Ravi, that is completely up to the person, and everybody is unique to themselves. So you might do it faster than your neighbor. Your neighbor might do it faster than you. You never compare yourself to someone else. So it's really just up to you.
You have to be able to get out of your own way. I think that's one of the biggest hurdles, getting out of your own way.
Stopped out there because of Barbie. Oh,
Yeah, it's all my fault. Tom told me to.
I know, Tom all day, every day. Let me look at something though. I may have missed something here. Let's see. Yeah, not bad. Like I said, I do think this is the draw on liquidity. I thought the pushback up into like, I mean, I really was thinking 590. And then I saw that wick at 628 and I was like, it looks kind of interesting, but hey, the market didn't want to go there. That's okay. So down 300 on the day now, guys. Down 300. How will I ever financially recover?
How are you ever going to get Chick-fil-A again?
Yeah. Am I eyeballing the charts? Today. Look, Floki said, am I eyeballing the charts or Barbie's hair?
I didn't wear a hat today. I didn't want to like put on the disguise and confuse everybody again.
No hat.
And now if you take your hat off, they're all going to be confused too. So don't do that.
I wear a hat every day, guys.
Every day. Stay an outfit. Don't change it. We were talking about that, like, because you're going to shave your beard. And I said, you're going to freak out your little kid. Don't do that.
This is as shaven as it gets.
This is the same with this group. You wear a hat or don't wear a hat. You can't change it. They're going to get freaked out.
The lady that shaped up my beard, she really went a little wild with it. But, you know, I'm not mad about it. It's fine.
Wild with the beard trimmer, huh? Well, at least you get a lady to do your beard for you. That's pretty fancy.
No, you just got to go. I mean, I didn't even know her. I just go to Sports Clips. I need to go to a real barber. A real barber is where I need to go. Go to Chick-fil-A. If they cut hair at Chick-fil-A, that'd be great.
This is real background. Everyone always asks me.
Yeah, mine too. Yeah, mine's a real background too. Completely. Completely a real background. Barbie's about to hit her target there.
Finally, it ticked me earlier.
It's not going to tick you this time. I'm considering a long down here again.
I'm looking at this 50 level. Full disclosure.
Yeah, I'm looking at 51.
Down here.
Yeah, I'm looking at 68.51. That's kind of what I'm looking at.
There we go. Finally. That was a very long orb.
Hey, it hit it though. That's all that matters. It hit it. Yeah, I'll try a little bounce. 51 to 57. I think the stop could just really be like, I mean, if you're on ES, I think the stop could be like 46. Do I want to try it? I don't know. We'll see.
I do.
ES did not quite get there, so
I want to try it. So far, it's skipping over me, but there's a lot of orders down here, 51 and 50. So I may be being a dick for a tick down here, but we'll see.
And if we recover that 57, I mean, we could really squeeze again. I think we hold below it. What up, Gabriel?
Come back.
Oof. 57, we're getting above it. Do we get the close?
I'm still going to wait, but I think the 55 may be kind of a spot here.
I might stab long again. We'll see. I don't know. I mean, I'm probably going to wait. I think we get one more leg lower. One more leg lower and tap in. I mean, we could go all the way down to the 410s. We do got that that unbalanced new week opening gap. I think it's at 310, 320. So we could really go there. We're only 200 points away now. That could be the draw.
And the ES is all the way down at 67.65 to fill that same gap.
Is that where it is on ES? Wow, that is that's a big move lower for ES. 100 points almost.
How would I trade if none of my family believes in me? I mean, you should not be getting your confidence in trading from people who don't know what we're talking about, for one thing. But I didn't even like they knew I was working on stuff, but they thought I was like just balancing my stock portfolio. I didn't try to tell anybody what I was doing, and I'm really glad I did, because then they want to check up and try to judge your success somehow when they don't understand what they're talking about. I mean, it was probably like 3 years before I even really told family what I was doing. Some family still doesn't know. They just think I'm investing in stuff.
You heard that?
But I mean,
oh, go ahead.
Family's not always going to understand. This is money. A lot of us have hangups about money.
Yep.
There's people that go to therapists because they have money issues. So you don't want to have any of somebody else's issues kind of thrown back on you like that.
Yeah, and I was going to say, have you heard that saying, F those kids? You can say the same thing for family members. Who cares what they think?
I mean, why are you trading? Is it to get everyone's approval, or is it to make lots of money? That's the way I look at it. Their opinions don't matter so much when you look at it that way.
Man, look at that 57 recovery. You already hit 62 here. I'm trying to be patient here. I think if we get above 60, 560s, I might look to long, but the idea of a short probably makes more sense here. So we'll wait and see what happens. I was hoping for a little bit more of a push up though.
So a therapist told you the other day that people don't need therapy, they need stable financials. And why are you trading? This isn't stable. No, I think that is something to kind of keep in mind. I think I was easier with this style of income coming from real estate. So I could go 6 months without a paycheck, but then I would have a big one, and feast or famine. And trading's a little bit like that. It's just sped up a bit, but I don't know how much I'm making this month. Actually had that conversation Christmas shopping a little bit, like, okay, well, here's if I make what I know I can make, and here's what's going to happen if I do beyond that. So there's always plans.
Yeah, I don't even think about the money until the end of the month. Like, oh, bills are due. Okay, let's see if we have enough money.
If you focus on the charts, though, instead of the withdrawals and everything, they end up coming faster, I swear.
Yeah, for sure.
Focus
I'll
on your
take the
business.
short. I'll take the short here if it triggers, but really would like a little bit more of a push up.
Yeah, I'm still looking at. I kind of feel like maybe I should have bought 55, but now it's thinking about coming back down. I'm still really looking at the 58.50 level.
I think if we retest 50, if we get down to 50, we sweep that low at 478. So we sweep that low.
Let's do it.
Paula's been trading for 3 years, hasn't made a penny yet. Everybody's different, Paula. So just keep hacking away. That's all you can do.
Yeah, it's not like it's not like you're doing your time. You go to school, you go to high school for 4 years, you go get a 2-year degree or a 4-year degree after that or whatever. There's a time limit on it. And that's not the way this is. Unfortunately, I can't tell you you're going to be awesome at this in X amount of days, because that's not the way it works.
Exactly. It'll be nice if we get the push back up here. It can give me a little bit better of an entry.
There's a lot of orders sitting there at the 68.61 right now, relatively.
You're in your 5th year, Samir. Nothing wrong with that. Listen, there's a lot of like, I'm going to tell you guys, I'll let you in on a little secret. Okay. Last year I was killing it trading. This year, my payouts are about half. And when I took a hard look in the mirror to find out why that is, there was no reason other than me, right? I was the issue. The market didn't really change. I mean, it did kind of early on in the year, but beyond that, I just found it to be a me issue, right? I wasn't trading very well. And sometimes you got to take a good hard look in the mirror and just recognize that, hey, what you're doing is wrong, right? You're not trading very well.
That's one of the hardest things about trading is it's not about what the market's doing and what the charts are doing. A lot of it is here.
Yeah, it's all up there. So what did I do? I was like, okay, well, what was I doing last year that I'm not doing this year, right? And when I figured that out, I made a change. Now, when I made that change, did payouts just start rolling in? Did they start rolling in? No, they didn't start rolling in, because you got to still build the accounts. You got to still get, so even though I've changed my mentality on my funded accounts, you know, it still takes time to build those up. It takes time to trade small and get those to where you need to get them to get payouts. So that's the main thing I'm focusing on now. I'm not focusing on the payouts. When they get there, they get there. And, you know, trading better, trading the way I'm supposed to trade is the main thing I'm focusing on. Now, I know you guys see me trade these evals, and I'm very aggressive, but I can promise you that's not how I trade my funded accounts, right? I don't trade those that way. I try to make $50 a day, and I put them away. That's it. Today, we're green on the funded account, $64.76, and I put them away. I'm just looking for small days. I'm not looking for anything huge. So
we're getting that push over 61. So I'm looking to see if we can get back up to the 70 area.
Yeah, this thing is ripping.
I did hop in along. I just marketed in since it didn't come and get me. And I'm wanting to trail here, but I want some space. I didn't get the entry I wanted. So
I'm still looking for the short, but I just feel like I know we're going to run that previous day low down there at the 478. So that's.
Oh yeah, I was too soon.
Target that.
I really like this spot lower.
I think. I mean, it's one of those things where it could squeeze. It might squeeze.
It looked like it was ready when it was holding over 61. That's why I had my stop down there too. Is if it doesn't hold 61, that's it. We're done. But I am still looking really between 55 and 50 to see if we get something interesting.
All right, I'm short here. Borshan wants to know, do I think there's a regular job that can prepare you for trading? No. There's no job. There's jobs that can like maybe have similarities in like risk management and stuff like that, but I don't think there's a job out there that really can prepare you for trading necessarily. Trading's very unique. I mean, it's one of those things that just chart time's king, right?
Mm-hmm.
Short time is king. So I actually just realized I took this short a little bit early. I was supposed to wait for the candle to close. I forgot, Barbie.
That's okay. I was looking at a 1 minute chart and got too excited. You know how it is.
Oh yeah, we've done that plenty of times. Plenty of times.
I just needed something to move.
How many funded accounts do I have?
I still want to get down to the 50s. I'm gonna try to be patient for these 50s.
I do copy trade all of my accounts together on my funded side. I take all the trades together on the funded side. That does a couple of things. It keeps me very disciplined. So I'm only going to take the very best of the very best setups. And you know, and then I only have to look for one trade, right? I only have to look for one trade. So that's why I kind of like that. All right, so I'm going to add to this position now that the if it triggers, because the candle finally closed. I should have waited. I'm not supposed to be in it yet, but it's all right. So if the trade actually triggers, we'll be in it. I mean, if ES doesn't lose 57 here, this thing
freeze. You're frozen, Mytho.
Am I frozen? I don't appear to be frozen.
There he is.
Hold on, let me see if I can
there for a second.
I can't hold it very long. I tried. I was moving. I was moving. So yeah, if this pushes below 516, I'll be tagged into the short, the ad. And yeah. So
well, hopefully go get your short and go pick up my real long, and I can actually load this sucker up. I want a big trade today. Let's do it.
That'd be nice.
This chat does move the market, y'all.
For sure.
Market makers, everybody's here.
Dun, 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 dun. All right, we did just cross over into noon. Cross the 12 o'clock hour. Was Bull Barbie friends with me before MyFundedFutures TV? Psh. Psst. I don't know. Did we know each other before? I think we did, right?
A little bit, not as well, but I used to watch your stream. Like I don't like the streams where everyone's like and like all the screaming and like we got to be in a trade all the time. And so your stream appealed to me because it's not like that. You're actually looking for real setups and real accounts. So
is Bull Barbie friends with me now?
For now.
That's what Cartoon Future said. Are we friends now? No, of course not.
I'm not just talking about Patrick either. There's a lot of people who want to copycat. There's a lot of copycats for everybody. But
there's
a lot of people who just they love that energy and think it's awesome and want that for their own lives. I'm not in that group, but that's fine. To each their own.
Hey, people seem to like it.
Not everyone. That's why we're here. Most of the people that I know that watch it when they're not trading too, because I think it's really hard to trade when there's chaos and all that. I mean, you're trying to watch all these little nuanced moves on a chart while having everybody scream and make all this drama out of it. And I definitely think it can affect your trading psychology. So that makes a lot of sense. Watch it when you're not in trades.
Knight SHX says, "Marry me, myth." Knight, we got issues there. I've been with my girlfriend 6 years. We're not married yet. You think I'm just going to marry you over a chat? Come on.
Some commitment problems there? Just kidding.
No, nothing like that.
It's not as cool to get married these days, is it?
Yeah, it's one of those things.
I wanted a little bit lower in the 50s here. Come back down. Not yet. I got to be stingy. This is kind of like the opposite of a knife catch rule here that I'm trying to play, but
tax benefits to marriage. I mean, not many, to be honest. Not that many. All right, who wants the free account? Let me know in the chat if you want the free account. I've got to pick a winner.
I picked stealthily. I was being sneaky.
We got to get the likes up first. Hold on. How many we got? Is it 298? That's terrible. We got to get to at least 400 likes. We got 500 people watching. Let's get another 100 likes here, 400 likes, and then I'm going to pick one.
Okay, I got us to 300.
Let's get us to 400 likes.
There goes the chat. Now they're into it. Free account would be nice.
We need the likes first. Oh, goodness. See, I should have waited for my short trigger there. Now I'm going to be stopped.
To it?
No, it never tagged me in on the ad.
I mean, I've never gotten my long trigger. We're just dancing between shit right now. Come on.
We'll see if it gets tagged in. I don't know why my likes aren't moving today. Yesterday they moved every time somebody liked. Today they're not. 374, guys. We need 400 likes, and then we're going to pick somebody for the giveaway for the winner.
Who likes the last wins the account? No, you have to already be in there so we can get there.
Barbie, I just got a text message from my girlfriend. It says, "See, even Barbie sees you got commitment issues."
Busted.
Just got busted. Oh no, there's no issues.
No issues here.
All right, let's see. Are we at 400? 383, guys. Come on, you can do better than that. I'm not going to pick anybody until we get to 400 likes. Not going to pick anybody. And we are about to be stopped. ES is regaining that 65 level.
Yep. That level was pissing me off earlier too. I don't like it. I kind of like don't want to trade between 65 and 71 now because that was the danger zone.
Yeah, I'm going to be patient here. I'm already in the short, so we're probably going to get stopped out, and then we'll look for our next spot.
Watch 67 here. We got some orders to work through. Yeah, getting hit down there. Ah, they ate him up. Oh, no, he's back. They pulled it and re-pushed it. Oh, he's out now. Okay, we'll see.
Do we hold that 65? Let's see. Or is this the turn down spot? All right, let me see if we got the 400. Nope, 394.
I'm flat. I think he's got a short working.
No, I'm not in anything right now. I just got stopped out.
Okay, I was looking for a long down here. And I got stopped out of my first little attempt that I was looking to add to, but yeah, this is like a really choppy area. And I'm fine waiting for price to actually get out of it. Because again, like I was trying to mess around with the same area earlier and it's cursed.
All right, guys, we got 399 likes.
Oh my God. One more, do it. I think you got it.
All right, now that we got the 400 likes, now we need 500. See, I'm learning how to rug pull here. I'm just now figuring this out. Going to become a professional rug puller. Oh. All right, let's see who we're going to pick. I'm just going to scroll on the chat, and then whoever I stop on, that's who's getting it. So it's going to be random here, guys. I'm just going to scroll. Now close my eyes. The eyes are
manipulating
closed.
the market and manipulating the chat here. I see this.
The eyes are closed. And the winner is Abhishek. No, I'm just kidding. All right, the winner is Jan Lupin 27242. Let me get you over there. Congratulations. You'll just have to trust me. That's how I did it. I think I got one too many on there. Let's see. So whoever that is, you'll be getting the account. There we go. Now there's only 500 sad people.
All right, what are we going to do with this little choppy spot?
I mean, I don't know. I still think we go lower, but man.
I would like it to move lower. That's where my long is, but it's gotten real choppy in this zone. Yeah, I basically want to hold it below 65 on ES or get it the hell above a VWAP, basically. Well, now you're getting a little demanding. A hug and an account? Ooh, there goes the short.
Yeah, I'm about to just mark it in. I'll add another on a retrace. We're going to try it again. Why not? I mean, what could happen? What's the worst that can happen?
I'm trying to scalp, but it's not my favorite. We'll see. But the whole idea here is just kind of finishing out this structure and getting out of that 65 area. I was a little late to this, but you know. Go, 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 go.
Scalpy.
Yeah.
I mean, if we get through 57 here, this thing's just going to waterfall, I think, on the ES.
I still want 50 to buy.
Yeah, 57 down to 51. Let's see what happens.
Just as long as we stay below where we are. Like my stop's honestly a little bit high, but that's why I have it there.
What happened? I just got taken out of my position somehow.
Short?
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Maybe I might have had, like, instead of adding, I might have had a buy. I might have put a buy. Sounds like me.
Asking about CPI tomorrow? CPI depends on the government reopening. So right now, I think we're not expecting it.
Probably not much, huh? You got to get Barbie down there to reopen the government.
See what happens when I try to short?
Yeah, me too. Just getting chopped up today. It's just one of those things.
It's very choppy. So this is it. I'm waiting until we actually get down to my spot for the long.
I do think that
This
probably
area
is the better. Yeah, it's the better play because we are so low.
And
It's
this
the
is
smarter
super
play.
choppy. This is that gap from a week and a half ago, and we've just spent so much time putting in all of these little swing highs and lows that then all of these algos and people are using right at the top of this box here. It makes a lot of sense that they would want to be defending these gaps. We've bounced off the bottom of the NASDAQ one. Even though it's an old gap, I've been keeping it. As long as we keep respecting the levels, I'm going to keep watching it. But NASDAQ tested the top of that gap pre-market, bounced up, then ripped through it. And now we're testing the bottom of it, bouncing. It's a very important spot. We are in chop. That is correct. We're trying to create glory in choppy crap right now.
Yeah, I think Tom Sabo must be short here.
Probably. It's always Tom's fault.
He's long in one account and short in the other. He's hedging. So, yeah, shorting down here is definitely dangerous. We could bounce back up a couple hundred points and then come back to this level. That's what
Yeah,
NASDAQ
my whole
likes to
idea
do.
was just, I was just trying to pick up a few little points on the way down to what I would like to be my long entry. But it didn't work. That's why I don't scalp shorts. Ah!
We'll see what happens. I mean, it's all we can do.
So I think it's weird that people say hedge when they're talking about prop firms and you're going to like go long in one account and short in the other. That's a weird way to use the word hedging, isn't it? Because usually if you're hedging, it's because you're long, you put $10,000 long on the S&P 500 and, you know, that's 50% of your account. You want to protect some of that. So you might buy some puts against it too when we're at all-time highs. That's a hedge.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's, I don't know. It's similar. Who
Otherwise,
knows?
it's gambling. This prop hedging, that's just a gamble. That's not hedging.
Gamble.
Y'all are going to full port CPI? Well, it is not happening unless the government reopens. So
What time is this? 12:14. I was just thinking we do have a 10-year bond auction at 1 that might, will that come out? That should come out, right? Yeah. That should come out.
Doesn't the government auction the bonds?
I don't know. It still showed up on my report, so I think it'll come out, but I'm not 100% sure.
Here it goes long. See how choppy this spot is? Jeez Louise. Okay. What date are we on? Look up an alternate calendar. Fed speaker. Yeah, it says the bill auction.
Yeah.
And they got 10-year note auction at 1. Okay. My computer's lagging right now. But it looks like the auctions are on, and then the rest of it's Fed speakers today. Okay. I need to be focused back on my chart here.
Focus. Get it dialed in.
Well, and there's going to be something exciting happening, and we're not really getting it, but we're getting up to that spot that I wanted to watch, kind of getting over 71.
Yep. ES is right back to the 71. Kind of rejected it hard earlier.
I would have rather gotten in at 50, but the market didn't get down there. Rude.
Didn't want to give it to you.
I had my order sitting there looking all cute.
Just leave it there. It'll come back and pick it up eventually. eventually. I don't know. This is one of the, I mean, like I'm just getting chopped up in the back and forth here. So it's like, if we get below 518, I think we sell hard.
Look at it. It's going back. It's rejecting it back. So I said I don't want to do anything between 65 and 70. So that's where we're staying. 65 and 71.
Oh, yeah. You got to take the lines off your chart and then price will move beyond those. When you put the line on the chart, that's what happens. So let me see here. Yeah, I keep trying to short and then I just get stopped out. We have kind of generated a little trend line liquidity here. We'll see if we push through that.
Yeah.
I'm going to wait for us to close below that 518 level on the NASDAQ. If we close below there, then I'm going to short. Could really short now for a little.
That's the same thing I was thinking. Like, I want to go short right here under 65, and I just don't trust it.
Yeah. Could wait for this. I guess I'll wait for the close below, but I keep trying to front run it, and it just keeps like, I guess maybe I'm not having a big enough stop.
That's why, in general, if we're looking for an A+ setup, it's not in chop, right?
Yeah, this is just grindy. Kind of creating a little zone back up. Yeah, 481. I got 478 marked out. Teddy bear. So that's kind of what I'm thinking.
I've been watching tech today too, because tech was just bleeding out of the gate, but it seems like everything's at least kind of consolidating now. Apple's trying to recover. Everything else is consolidating.
All right, it got me to do it, so let's try it.
Short?
Yeah. We're going to try
do it. I still like the short down to 55. I'm just getting pissed off at it. The ES 55.
I'll keep the stop tight on this. If we close back into the range, I'll take it off. This is why you wait, though, sometimes. This is why you wait.
Yeah. I'm definitely in waiting mode now. I mean, I still see it. That's why sometimes people ask me, it's like, well, why don't you take the short waiting for your long? It's like, well, this is why. You can get chopped up so easily.
Yeah, you're just so low. Most of the time when you're trying to long, you're longing at some sort of key level low. The market likes to act funny when it gets down near there. So it's like 20 points from that low, and then it just bounced.
Get the low. Oh no, latency has entered the chat again.
Latency? What happened?
They're always complaining about latency.
That 4-second delay is terrible. I don't know if I want to tell that story. I don't want to tell a story.
Maybe later, huh?
Well, it's not a bad story. So I had this guy in my chat. This was very early on when I started streaming. He was like, he would chat and he would say, "Hey, Methodical Man, price is going to 500. He's like, "I see the price before you do."
Yeah.
He didn't understand the delay. I got a chuckle from it. So I was like, thanks for the help. He's trying to help me. He knew where it was going. And right back up. Right back up. Right back above 65. Definitely chopping here. So, when you break a trend line like that and it doesn't run all the liquidity, I mean, that's just bad price action. So I wouldn't be shocked here if we don't push back up into the 580s again. But
Especially Nasdaq's got really choppy. ES is trying to hold that trend, but with Nasdaq getting choppy, it's kind of joining the chop party. I don't like it.
Yeah, it's best to just sit on your hands here, but you know. We're going to give it the old college try, give it a go. I think it eventually goes down, so we'll see.
Is this the spot like 25,500 is just where Nasdaq gets stuck?
Could be.
Yeah, ES is definitely looking stuck here too. I want to do something exciting, and it's not getting low enough to buy, and it's not getting high enough to sell.
I mean, if it breaks above that 71 this time, we probably can get a little squeeze going. Getting back above initial balance here on initial balance low on NASDAQ. ES approaching that 71. Let's see. Prices in a daily fair value gap. Nice, Sultan. Thank you for letting us know.
I still am just so we're in a trend on ES, and so we're still just in that spot where the market's trying to decide if it's going to hold that trend or break out of it. The tick is starting to pick up a little bit here. It's not that exciting. It's gotten up into the 500s barely, but if the tick starts lighting up, we might actually get through. VIX has been technically trending up today too. It's just not been real impressive.
Yeah, this is a perfect example of how you can kind of just lose your account getting chopped up. A lot of inside bars on the 5-minute chart here. I mean, it looks bear flaggy on the 5-minute chart, just not breaking to the downside.
It looks like a mess on the 5-minute chart.
Yeah. Little bear flag.
So like I went down to the 1 minute and I'm like, why did I do that? That looks even worse. That's what you're on there, isn't it?
This is the 1 minute. Yeah. Yeah.
Like I can't even make a decent 1 minute trend. How are we going to expect a good 5-minute trend?
I don't know. I do think the line in the sand now on ES looks like it's the 71. 71 probably see 77.
There's still orders sitting there too, and it's every time they move up there, they'll fill some orders, they'll pull them, and then we move back down, and then they'll put them back up there again. So someone's playing a lot of games there at the 71. I've been watching it, pulling and pushing them back.
Do-do-do-do-do. This is why I like playing micros, though, because even though we're down on the short, you know, we've kind of gotten chopped up today. Still only down $385. Not like unbearable amount of loss, right? Red days are going to happen. If you can keep them reasonably small, then it's fine. So we'll see kind of what happens here. I don't see how we don't. I mean, I don't know. It seems like let me look and see. Did ES actually take that level that we're looking at on NASDAQ? That could be why we're kind of.
The low?
Yeah. Did it take it or no? Let me see.
We have not gotten to previous day's low. Is that the one you're looking at?
Yeah.
No, we're still, and that's what ES is holding so much higher today than NASDAQ is.
So that's down there at 30, that 30 level, huh? 68.30. So we still got quite a ways to go.
So I was really expecting more move lower once we got kind of into this gap zone. I wanted the full 50 just at least because there's just too much lower. And then you can kind of clear all that up and then make another swing high after that. It just makes a little bit more sense. But we are in a very data starved market right now. And it's, you know, a lot of times before FOMC or CPI or non-farm or something, the market does just kind of tend to go flat and not know what to do and just chop around, maybe drift a little bit, but mostly chop. And it's kind of what we've got right now. We just don't know when it's coming, but at some point the government's going to open up, right? They keep teasing like we're so close.
Yeah, they're supposed to have some sort of meeting, I guess, this afternoon, right?
They better.
You can bet Rocket Scooter has a whoosh fan on his chart. He might.
What is a whoosh fan?
When he wants price to go a certain way, I guess he'll draw a fan on there with a little whoosh.
Oh, to blow it? Yeah, got to
Yeah.
blow on your charts sometimes.
Get it to move. Move it over.
I had that magnet up there on 6,900 before we hit it last night. Just saying. The 6,900 is a really good level.
Yeah. All bearish market. Hamza told us.
I like a bullish market. That's why I want to get down here lower and go buy some stuff. I'm good at buying stuff.
Just push it lower. Get to Barbie's buy level. And that way it'll hit my target too. All right, guys, we only got a few minutes left in the day here. We are going to be out of here as soon as Matt comes. So you guys got any questions or anything for us, just drop them in the chat. And also hit that like button. We're at 435. Let's see if we can push that to 500 before we go. You just started following. Oh, thanks, James. You hate bullish if it's at all-time highs. Yeah, it kind of can get tricky there. We don't take the previous day low. You feel like we'll pull back to the 1 hour gap. Yeah, it's possible. We do have an hourly gap below that low, and we got the new week opening gap below there. It's going to probably flush to it at some point.
Yeah, it's that weekly gap that I like. That's the one I want. Not there yet.
Emmanuel, he wants to know, how do we remain intellectually humble when not knowing what the market will do? Well, I mean, there's nobody that knows. If they
You either see your trade or you don't, and then you have money management to go along with that in case you're wrong.
Yeah.
That's really what the secret is.
How long have I been trading? It's like 3.5 years, I think, at this point. The weekly gap, sure. I got it marked out down here at 319. That's the top of it, and the bottom's at 268.
I like the midpoints of those gaps too.
Yeah, I heard Matt talk about the midpoints a lot. The half
He
gap.
has a special midpoint. Yeah, the half gap is I think between just the open and close every single day. But the weekly ones, if you go back and look at the weekly gaps, the frequency that once we get inside that gap of hitting the midpoint is pretty frequent.
Yep. What up, Pine Tree? I'm assuming Pine Tree killed it today with that first inside bar. Nice 30-point winner. The first inside buy. Sorry, that's how I'm required to say it, guys. They say I got to call it a buy, not a bar.
You're from Boston now?
No, I'm not. I can say khakis. Just say khakis for car keys.
So what advice would we give to someone trying to become a self-taught trader? I'm self-taught. You are too, right? I mean, you gotta stick with the grind and try to sort through the nonsense. There's a lot of bullshit out there. So it's good to gravitate towards not the hype and try to find just a couple little trading techniques and styles and study up and practice hard and back test and sim trade. Like you can go into market playback and trade 3 mornings and an afternoon and just get that practice.
Yeah, I would say don't start with spending money. That's the wrong way to do it. I know a lot of people say like, oh, if there's no money on the line, I trade differently. Well, that's how you should trade when there is money on the line, right? You should be indifferent about the outcome of the trade, even if there's money on the line. So as long as you're taking a good trade, you should, as long as the trade makes sense, the outcome of the trade doesn't matter, right? So whether you got money on the line or not, that should really be irrelevant. That's
I do
not
think
how
I see kind of the argument, like the argument for buying courses is when it feels more valuable to you, you pay more attention. But I mean, that was why I started a little small account myself to bootstrap and see if I could build it from the get-go. And that was my money on the line. I wasn't giving that up. So there's different ways that you can put some meat on the bone or, put some skin in the game, whatever the vibe is there.
Yeah. And to me, courses, like, I'm not a fan of courses, but that's because I can go and dig and find the information myself. If you're someone who wants everything packaged for you and given to you in like a presentation, then there's nothing wrong with the course. But I don't think there's anything you can learn in the course that you can't learn by just doing a little research on your own. So
Everything I spent money on, I ended up basically like relearning for free. And so it was really frustrating for me, but I think there is kind of that process.
yeah.
A lot of it's like just finding your own way. And that's why it takes just poking around and doing it yourself a lot.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I never had a course. I never did anything like that. I just kind of learned stuff on YouTube and that's it. So just chart time, you know, it's the main thing.
I took courses and I still don't use any of those strategies. So that's the frustrating part is I took these courses on these specific strategies and they helped me understand how to create a strategy and how to look at the market in different ways. But I think that's like, you think you're going to go take a course and then that's going to be your golden ticket. And it doesn't necessarily work that way. It's still learning the process.
All right, guys. Well, I appreciate you guys watching us today, and we'll be back tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. Here comes Matt. Good luck to you guys for the rest of the day, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Some rockets in chat, guys. What's up? Welcome to Lunch Money with Matt. I'm your host, Matt. Hanger tune never gets old. Can't even see. What's up, chat? Loves in chat for Barbie and Methodical. Awesome segment as always. I tuned into the last 10 minutes of that about taking courses and stuff. I missed what the question was. Welcome to the chat, legends. You guys are now tuning in to the Lunch Money Show, where the best of the best traders hang out here at MyFunded TV, and all you guys and girls here. What's up? What were they asking about when it comes to courses? You guys have questions about trading courses? Let me know. As a person that has a trading course, I have strong opinions about what trading courses should cover, how much they should cost. All this kind of stuff is very important to me as far as like, you know, training people. I'm notorious for having a course that costs $1 a class. I kind of try to be a thorn in the industry, whereas a lot of people that sell classes are trying to make a huge living selling classes and whatever. I want to teach people, but also I don't need to make money while doing it. So I'm like the notorious $20 boot camp where it's $1 a class. So I have this like strong belief that education should be affordable, that your best education is spent losing money in the market for the most part. What I think about influential traders like TJR, I never heard of that guy until Tradeify. I know nothing about him. Not really sure. Realistically, what is the difference from doing research on your own compared to a course? Right. So I never took a trading course in my entire life. I took the slow path of developing my own style. And that was a trading course, learning slowly through development over time, using my own sort of ambition. Doing your own research is just as important as taking a course, because like 48 out of 50 trading courses are going to be absolute trash that you are paying for that you could learn for free on YouTube. A lot of what's taught is not taught by master traders or skillful traders. It's taught by people that aren't necessarily skillful, maybe even bad traders. And the majority of their income is based on that. So it's like, is it valuable or not to you? It's up to you to decide. You know, the quality of somebody's course material is based on your own personal vetting process. Now, I have some rules of thumb that when somebody's teaching you something, that at best, they should show you their historic performance. or show you live trading of them using it instead of just showing you call outs or whatever like that. Like you can either watch them trade or you can see the performance. If you don't do that, then you're just basically gambling on its effectiveness. But number two is, even if they show you that stuff and they're profitable, 8 times out of 10 doesn't mean you will be, because they may be some super genius at managing the 50 complex things that swirl around in their head all at once. And that may be good for them, but you as a newbie might not be able to translate that into actions for yourself. That's a big part of where trading courses lose people, right? You have to make sure that somebody that's like a super genius at trading isn't too genius for you. Like they're way over your head and they're like yelling and screaming and impatient with you, calling you moron and idiot because you can't follow such a complex thing that they've been working on for 20 or 30 years. So it's hard to find somebody that's effective or somebody that's good at trading, teaching, number one. Number two, it's hard to find that for a good value. And number three, even if it is a good value and they're a good trader, it may not even translate to you, because the success in trading is different for each person. It's based on so many factors, not just what you get in. Now, the contents of a class need to contain exactly what my class contains, in my opinion, which I believe is the perfect trading course, but it should have the 3 following things. Number one is trend identification, where to get in, where to get out, how to pick long or short. That's it. That's number one. You have to always be able to do this. But most trading courses stop there. Like ICT courses and stuff are all about charting. Look at the candle, look at the candle, look at the candle. And in reality, that should be about 10% of your focus. Where to get in, where to get out, where to long or short. That's the smallest portion of it. The other 2 things that are extremely important to a strategy is position and risk management. How to adjust a cost basis, how to have a stop loss philosophy, an exit philosophy, where to get out of the trade. See, the charting portion is just where to get in on the trade. Where do I long? Where do I short? And what's the direction? But most classes forget the other part, which is absolutely more important, is where to get out and how to manage the position while you're in it. That's number 2, position and risk management. And number 3 is something that almost every trading course somebody has brought to me and said, what do you think of this, just by looking at it, absolutely misses. And that's how you know they're not a successful trader, is they leave this one part out. So every day trading course needs to have this one part that's in it. It needs to be market avoidance strategies. A system does not universally work under all conditions. A proper system will say only use this system when A, B, C, D, whatever line up. And when they don't, size down the position, or if they all don't, then you don't trade. A system has to have boundaries, and the boundaries have to be well defined when the system doesn't work. Most of you guys using technical analysis are always watching indicators flip-flop and crisscross, and that's always a signal, right? But one of the key components in my, especially with my teaching, is that everything that we use here is not universally applicable. It requires confluence and conditions to line up. There are times when the rule actually is sit out and it's well defined. It's not even subjective. Like, okay, market's falling now. Maybe I'll just sit out because it looks weird. It's like completely well defined. If the market moves X amount on an event, exactly this amount, get out of the way and don't trade. And it's like, if the market passes these boundaries, don't trade either. And there's reasoning why you wouldn't trade. If somebody doesn't have boundaries to their system, be very skeptical of a universal trading system that works in all conditions and somehow makes money and is going to make you a lot of money and it's going to be very expensive for you to buy. Because if that was the case, with so much indiscretion, I mean that the strategy works under all conditions, no matter what, that person would not be teaching anything to you. They'd just be handing it over and it'd be fully programmable. Why would you need to learn anything if it works in all conditions? Just write an algo that does it. So the conditional, the discretionary part is you choosing to trade or not to trade. That is a big part of profitability. So you must, number one, know where to get in. Number two, you must know where to get out and how much to bet. And number three, you have to have a blanket decision of, should I get in? And that should I get in is crucial for my win rate being as high as it is, because I avoid so much of the market. I only strike when stuff lines up. And if it doesn't line up, then I don't have to really do much. That's how I roll. Dang, that little V shape. All right, let me go ahead and I'm going to short some evals here on that pop. Just a couple. Let me get on here and take a trade there. That was a great little pop there. I kind of like what I'm seeing. Half gap, resilience less than 0, pop to half gap. Can I build a little bit of a short position here? I like what I'm seeing. Something small. Good deal. This pop was neat, right? I've been waiting all day for the market to make a decision, not trading. My initial trades today were all short. I shorted right out the door on negative res. Resilience is a gap fill predictor, right? Market open. We had basically a bull trap. We found it. Rocket Scooter's great at identifying bull traps. S&P went up to touch its open price to test, while resilience was plummeting. We know that that's a gap fill predictor, and I grabbed the short and I held the short all the way to there and I closed out. And then I just sort of chilled for a little bit. And now we popped all the way to half gap again with negative res. I'm also framing a second short right now. This is pretty good. I like the setup. I'm enjoying it. But yeah, so anyways, questions you guys have about trading courses, free to ask me all you want. It's very rare a successful trader is going to teach a a good trading course. And it's even rarer for it to patch your brain into becoming profitable yourself. You're going to have to go through all the hurdles as much as they exist as a trader. There's no shortcut to the end. And the discretionary part of a trading course is the most important part. It's like, this doesn't apply under these conditions. That's how you know somebody's done their homework. They have something that doesn't just universally work, or the claim is it universally works. It's only use it when this, and this lines up. Other than that, don't use it. That's a good trading strategy, by the way. It's a very good trading strategy. That's a nice little, quickie little short off of that. 629 to 601, about a 30-point drop. Can't complain there. NASDAQ, S&P, maybe pulling back to test the open. The question is, are we going to get a nice bull run up to the top again today? I really don't think it. I think today we keep selling today. Also, a lot of teachers, somebody said, teach thousands of others, teach, and because the market makers know how to manipulate the market, they take advantage of what you've been taught. I understand what you're saying. A lot of traders teach what thousands of others teach. Oh, so basically, like, the alpha is lost because so many people teach it and the market makers somehow figure it out. I think it's less complex than you feel. I feel like people just universally make the same mistakes, and any market makers aren't really trying to. I know this is going to spin the face of what you guys were taught, but the teachings that the market makers are there to squeeze you or hurt you or stop hunt you is absolutely bogus. I have friends that are market makers and they laugh at the shit that's taught to traders. Not saying that what you said is wrong. Predatory hedge funds, yes, will attack traders and attack stops and attack liquidity or whatever. But market makers, it's become such a pop topic for people just to use the word market maker in the wrong spot. Market makers just trade order flow. They buy and sell in the middle. They really don't choose direction. They don't take discretion in their trades. They're certainly not trying to wipe people out of the market. They have no incentive to do so. As a matter of fact, they have incentive to keep the market going. It's more like predatory hedge funds could sort of attack the market and attack your stops. But there's so many people, again, teaching. I've heard this in the ICT camp of people saying, yeah, the market makers are sweeping your liquidity. And I'm just like, oh, God. I've got two friends that work at JP Morgan that would completely disagree with that. And that's what they do. They're market makers. And they're like, it's so funny, the sort of like mythology that has developed around what market makers supposedly do. And they're mostly just, algos that are just directing order flow and buying. They're basically buying and selling to the other side of the market, but not necessarily manipulating it to squeeze traders out, because they're not making money doing that. They're making money just making liquid trades. It's the hedge funds that do that kind of stuff. So the people that teach that, they just make up stuff as they go along, but they don't really get it right. And so you have to be careful. A lot of those camps of school of thought kind of train people incorrectly. How do you know if a course is legit? Right. So I told you the factors earlier. Number one is it legit for the person teaching it? Do they trade it? Do they make money as a trader? Can you watch them trade live? Like me. You can watch me trade live. I'm pretty much one of the only traders on the planet that streams live on YouTube with a real futures account today. This is a real futures account now. I'm doing my random trading challenge with an account number. This is a Ninja Trader account with 107 real $1,000 of my own money in it, with the actual balance shown and the trade shown, the DOM shown. If somebody shows you that, that's a great gauge that whatever they do works for them. Or they show you historic performance, which is the rarer case. Hey, here's my last 5 years of performance. Check it out. So number one is, does it work for them? Number two is, can they teach it to you and will it work for you? That's how you know if a course is legit. In reality, you don't care if it works for them. You really just care if it works for you. Hell, it might not even work for them. They might be a shitty risk manager and you might be great. They might not be able to practice what they preach because they're a freaking gambling degenerate. So for you, the only way you know if a course is legit is to make a judgment call. Is it going to be legit for you? It helps if it's legit for the other guy and his practices seem simple enough, his or hers seem simple enough that you can learn them and apply them and you see them use it, then you have something to mirror and learn from. But it doesn't necessarily guarantee that you will win. When will the winner be picked? I get to pick the winner. And if you guys ask, I will pick no winner. That's the rule today. I'm going to find a way to pick a winner for today's competition contest for a free 150K pro account. I will choose somebody from chat, but don't ask. I get to choose today. I get to pick somebody. Today it's on me. So I figured out a way to do it. Great dad move. Everyone loses. There you go. So yeah, nobody can play. So if you guys ask or bug us about it, I'll probably just not give you one. Please don't choose by some random picker. No, I'm going to make it fun. I'm going to make it really fun. Okay. Do I have a, says, as a matter of fact, Matt, do I have a personal daily loss limit in funded accounts? In my own personal account or in a prop firm account? Prop firms give you limits. In my own personal account, I have a daily, I don't have a daily loss limit. I have a per trade loss limit. So I try not to lose more than 3% pretty much of the account. And there's a whole math behind it. I teach it in my boot camp. It's roughly about 3% per trade. And I try not to lose 12.5% on a big trade like a news event. That'd be the worst. If I lose anything more than like 12.5%, I'm done for the day. How much do I risk? I have a whole system for that too. My max position size is the net lick divided by the margin requirement. Right now, that's about 5 NASDAQ contracts at maximum and roughly like 10 S&Ps. So I trade roughly in this account, 5 NASDAQ, 3 if it's a medium-sized trade, and then 1 to 2 if it's a small trade. And I determine my size of the trade by my confluences. So that's about what I'm trading in this account, about 5 NASDAQ at total, yeah. Do I combine my strategy with other strategies? I don't. No, I'm a purist. I just use my own strategy. That's it. Do I think I have one of the best edges in trading? I do, yeah. So I historically trade 75 to 80% win rate. And I don't trade that much, which to achieve that is a highly specialized setup that I wait for. Ooh, let me close out on my shorts here really quick. Done, and done. Okay, let me update the new screenshot. So my world record funded accounts with a prop firm that's not to be named I've been trading with before I joined the show. I busted 3 evals today. One of them's not shown because it disappeared when I refreshed, but everything else sort of worked. My big world record accounts are here. 10,000, 6,000, 3,000, 3,000. So that is 17 to 22, 25,000. And then the random challenge is 27,000 of funded today. Plus, I just went live in the not to be named other 5 accounts I used to juggle since March. I just went live there, so those are no longer being shown on the screen. Do I full port? I don't full port. And I also don't copy trade either. Each one of these accounts were traded individually, by the way. I've never copy traded ever all of my accounts at once. Sometimes when I'm trading like 20 accounts, or if I ever was doing a 20 account firm, I group them into groups of 4 and then I trade them like they're one account, but I never put 10 or 20 at one time. When resilience is negative, do I short every single pivot? Only the pivot that applies. So when resilience is negative, I will short the half gap pivot and the box pivot. Not every single time. It's discretionary. I short it pretty small. At the white box. I don't short off of blue, and I'll short off of orange every single time with the resilience less than 0. The orange one is not less than 0, though. NASDAQ's is. So NASDAQ's is kind of at that same spot. And I'll short upper green band if this number is less than half. Well, that's basically all my short setups, yeah. I'm missing y'all's questions. Hold on. My course is so legit. People that have taken his course are now with their profits donating from 10 to 100K for Matt to give away his 20 course on the website channel. That's what, yeah. So somebody today, I'll share a tweet with you guys. Remember, I just teach you gambling addicts how to manage positions. I teach you how to budget, how to control your risk. I basically removed the gambling from you in the boot camp. Yeah. So I had somebody, I can't show the name, but somebody crossed over 100K payouts with another firm, and they donated money for others to take the boot camp. So my boot camp is kind of a cool thing that our own community members buy it for other people. Last boot camp, we had 240 free seats given out. People buy it for each other. So people that go through it are like, holy crap, I got to buy it for somebody. It's fun. So gave away, yeah. So one of my folks that just went to boot camp just crossed 100K in payouts. But again, don't take that as a sales pitch. I also talk against that too. Never let people parade their best student as an attempt to sell you something. Don't judge off. Don't be like, holy shit, that's going to be me. I got to be honest with you guys. It's probably not going to be you. I also preach against that. So if somebody's doing that, like, check out my student, they made $1 million, take my stuff. Red flag altogether. What you need to do is ask the people who are doing their own boot camp what they think about it. Yes. It is on the kitchen table, I think, by my computer. Everybody, look what we have here. Get in here. No, you got to come in here and say hi. Look what we have. A random mod just walked in. We got an iDoc in the house.
Mod's got to go because Mod's late for lunch.
Where are you going? Oh, you're going to lunch. Okay.
Yeah.
Check downstairs. Did we go anywhere last night?
No.
Check downstairs by my laptop on the kitchen table. Or check by the bar on the right side by all the jazz on the table.
Bar?
Yeah, like we're next to that box where all that stuff is in it. It should be sitting there on the table on the bar. Yeah, so be careful when people are like, yo, check out my student, they made $1 million, take my course. Dude, all these Furu gurus, you see that, Tim Sykes and Warrior Trading, these guys are complete clowns. Like, parading your best student is silly. They need to disclose the risk of trading. I do have some really good students that do well. Doesn't mean you will, right? Trading's a personal journey. And I always try to be honest with people. I think, to my detriment, I probably can be making tens of millions of dollars a year pumping out trading courses. But I feel that there's an ethical responsibility that coaches have and should have when it comes down to what's my favorite food? Indian food. Always. I had agaz, which is Indian Pakistani food 2 days ago, actually. Spicier the better. And Cajun food. Those are my two favorites. I'm a Cajun, so I like spicy. That's it. So trading course, that's all my tips on it. The best way to go about a course is read the reviews of people that have taken it. People will be very, very, and I mean very hypercritical if they got scammed. If 2 or 3 people say they don't like the course, it didn't work for them, even if half the people say they don't like the course, it didn't work for them, that's totally okay because traders fail all the time. Most of them do. So it's normal for people to just not find success with the course. Doesn't make it bad. They're bad. But if people are like, I got scammed, and like 4 or 5 people are saying they got scammed, and you can read it out there, always be wary of somebody going the extra mile to go out of the way and say they got scammed. You don't leave a bad Yelp review at a restaurant because the waiter dropped your fork on the floor. You leave a bad Yelp review after you're pushed over the edge. The food was cold. The waiter was an asshole. The manager was an asshole. You know, they told you tough shit, eat it anyways, or whatever. And you're finally so pissed off, you go create an account, then leave a review. I found out in the course of doing business over the last 15 years of my life is that people don't go out of their way and just casually say you scammed them en masse. If there's 4 or 5 or 10 people that use words like scam, it's a scam, right? 1 or 2 people might say something's a scam because they're just pissed off it didn't work for them. And that's what normally happens. And prop firms get a lot of heat because traders are dumb and don't read the rules. So you got to kind of sift through a little bit of that noise in the prop space. But if there's a lot of people saying something is horrible, like they got ripped off, you know, don't just be like, maybe let me just try it anyways. You know, maybe contact those people and ask them before you go buy something. Very few people go out of their way to be hypercritical about something unless they feel so wronged. They're gonna go out of their way. I get pissed off all the time at companies and businesses that do me wrong, but I'm not out there to like waste my time to try to bring them down. You got to really hurt somebody for them to go that extra mile, right? So when you're vetting a trading class, also read reviews and listen to what people say. That's your best gauge, or people that took the class, not the salesman, not their best student, not whatever. Read the reviews. And we're very important on Rocket Place to have a review place set up where people that buy a product are the only people that can leave a review. And it tells you like the product that they bought, and you can only allow to leave 1 review per product. And then it leaves your rating. So like you can go read like mine, what people have said. And these are all names you'll know from chat. A lot of these names look familiar to you, and people are just leaving reviews. And you can go read recent reviews, you know, old reviews. This goes all the way back probably a year. And that's very important. I would say gauge any class off of what people that have taken it have said. And I like to say this is that the ultimate, I guess, humbling thing to me that really just makes me have like emotions about the quality of what I built. Like the idea that people are like, man, here's $100. I want to buy boot camp for like five strangers. Right. And I tell people like, for me, when the community is buying it for strangers without being asked, that probably should tell you something. So look for and I'm not trying to brag on myself, but look for those kind of signs, right? If you have a restaurant, right? You and your wife, you're walking to your restaurant, you got the valet, you're going in, you're like, oh my God, I can't wait for this restaurant. And this guy walks out is like, bro, you don't even know him. Dude, you got to try the steak. Hold on. You got to eat the steak. I'm buying it for you. Order it now. As they're going to their car and you're like, what the hell? This stranger just bought my dinner, right? As a chef, it feels kind of good to see that happen, you know, hundreds of times every couple of months. If you see that kind of community rallying behind something, then it's also usually worth it to that community. As a chef, watching people buy my food for someone else that's a stranger, it means it's quality, at least to their perspective, right? So look for those kind of signs, community rallying. Last warning sign, if somebody is streaming or trading or on social media, forcing you or incentivizing you to sell, that's a red flag. Guys, sell my course. Guys, you want to make a second stream of income? Guys, y'all want to make a little bit extra money? Sell my course. Here's an affiliate. Go out there and make some side money. You want to make some side money? Sell my class. You have to incentivize people to sell your product. It doesn't necessarily stand on its own. And that person's kind of pathetic because you're like forcefully and trying to get your own customers to rally behind a product that they don't naturally want to do. Why do you have to incentivize them? Because they don't want to do it. So it's not great to them. It might be okay for them, but it's not good enough. Guys, go out and sell, like, help me with my restaurant. I know you guys eat here, but go out there and grab a sign and stand out and show everybody that we're here. And you don't want to do it because it's not changing your life. These are things you can use, those social cues to pick up on the quality of something. So that's also helpful when it comes to comes to class as well. Does the actual community rally behind the person without being incentivized? Or is the person sitting there like a freaking scammy sleaze bag trying to force their own community to go out there and sell, trying to pay them to do it? It doesn't work for them. That's why they're not rallying behind it. That's why they're not selling it for you. If it worked for them, they'd be paying for the next person to come in. So remember, 9 out of 10 trading courses are an absolute scam. 1 out of 10, you can learn on YouTube, but 1 out of 100 is special, and you'll have a hard time finding it, which is a good trader. It works for them. It works for people in their community. Community rallies behind it. Look for those kind of signs. And then affordability. This is the last part. If you're paying $1,000 or more for a trading class, you're getting ripped off. That person needs your money. We made ours $20 just because I think that a book costs $20, and you get a lot out of a book. It's $1 a sesh. That's all it's ever been. And now I go to the extreme to like be like a giant fuck you to the industry, because I'm like, people that sell trading courses, why do they sell them? You should be making money as a trader. Why do you need a job? So we have, employees that money pays their salaries, but I go to the extreme. If something is affordable, like it doesn't look like it's costing you a lot, that trader doesn't necessarily need the money. That's a big part of it too. If it's $10,000, they need the money. Because for me, my time is very valuable. If I'm booking an hour of my time to teach somebody something, right, it's going to be worth, I need that money in an hour. Right? If somebody is teaching a boot camp for $10,000, they need $10,000. I don't need $10,000. So also look at the value there when it comes to people selling you stuff. If it seems like a lot of money, like somebody that claims they made $100 million trading and they sell $1,000 boot camp, it makes no sense. You know what I'm saying? Warren Buffett doesn't pick up shifts at Uber to make $40 extra a night for his time. Nobody who makes $100 million is going to sell their hour of their life for $1,000. I might quote another stream that said this, but you don't see Jeff Bezos with a lemonade stand in his front yard. So the disproportionate value of their time versus the worth that they claim they have is a red flag sign if there ever was one. If you are worth $1 million and if you sell something for $100, that makes sense. That really is charity. You don't need money. You're not making a lot against your worth. But if you make hundreds of millions of dollars, you're not going to try to sell something for $1,000. Dude. Like, I made 100 million. Well, that's not enough. I still need a job. I need to make 100 million and $1,000. That'll make sense. 100 million is not enough. I need to keep making 1,000 more dollars here and there. That makes a whole lot of sense. Yep, that's it. I'm going to do that. So use that disproportionate claim versus cost is also the final red flag. Just traditional mathematics, right? That's basically it. I think that's your best gauge. You made all this money. Why do you need a job? Oh, I just love doing it. Yeah, you love doing it for 10K, huh? Yep. It really means you need the 10K. So ultra wealthy people aren't gonna sell their time to average Joes. No offense. As much as they want to make you feel like you're special, I always try to tell them what it is. Y'all are all special to me, but let's just be real. You're not special to them. Don't be duped into thinking you're special to them. Oh, this person really cares about me. They really want me to make money. Yeah, billionaires walk up to you on the street and they're like, hey, stranger, I got an idea. Let's make you rich, bro. You and me, we're going to ride to the top. I don't even know you, but you and me, let's do it. I got money. I'm going to back you. I'm going to support you. And in a month, you're going to be rich just like me. How's that sound? Boy, that sounds fishy as hell, right? And that's kind of what the sales pitch is kind of like. You're not special to them. You're just a job for them. And it's okay. Some traders need the job, but doesn't mean the quality's bad. But remember, just make sure the claims line up. You can see the performance and make sure the value's there for you. And that's all my evidence that you'll look for when you're vetting a trading course. And again, go through a bunch of them. Affordable ones from good traders. Go through every single one that you can that makes sense to buy, and then vet for yourself. Never take anyone's word for it, even somebody that looks like they're a good trader. Don't just go through it and say, this is the only way, because then again, that's not the only way. There's a million ways to trade. I recommend you guys go through as many free or affordable, inexpensive things taught by talented traders as much as you can, and then find something that makes sense to you and then start working it into your strategy little by little. So hopefully this is some good advice for you guys. I'm a big advocate against traders who are not transparent. I'm a big advocate against influencers who don't trade. If I had my choice and I was sheriff of the world, I would get rid of influencers altogether from the space. Very damaging, very misleading. You're sold promises. You're not sold trading expertise by a lot of people. So I'm always the person that advocates for the trader and makes sure that you guys have the real deal. For me, I do as much as I can to be as transparent as possible. To the degree of, I think you owe it to people that are watching you. See if they can see that you do what you're doing, that you practice what you preach. That's always important to me when I buy something. Someone says, hey, this car goes up 1,000 miles an hour. Can I test drive it? No, you just got to take my word for it, bro. All right, you look trustworthy. I'll take your word for it. And then the engine falls out when you drive off the lot. You know what I mean? Yeah, LOL, like what do influencers influence? Yeah, I never understood. You got influence on once. Hilarious. Is 10K isn't a good price point of a course? No. Like a good trading course, right, should be no more than a couple $100 for the entirety of the course. That's affordable. The best lesson you're going to ever have with $1,000 is to put $1,000 into the market and lose it to the market. You'll learn so much in the last days of keeping that account alive than you ever will paying some guru teaching you something. By sitting in that hole and praying and coping and crying with the last of your $1,000, you will learn so much in those final moments when that account is about to blow up. That is the most valuable education. And I tell people, if you have $1,000, give me 20 and put the last 980 into a trading account. And then when you're like making money and you're about to quit, oh, look, I'm making money. Look at this, guys. Here's where I started. Here's at zero. Oh my God, I'm making money. Oh my God, I made $4,000 today. That's my paycheck. I hate my boss. That girlfriend that left me, well, she left me too soon because look at this. Now I'm going to be rich. I'm going to have that life. Yeah, everything's great. Oh my God, I'm amazing. Wow, I'm going to quit my job. I'm going to have a dream life. Oh my God, wait, I'm losing money. Well, that's weird. Wow, I lost like a week's worth of work in a minute. Shit. Oh, crap. Well, it can't fall any further, can it? Oh my God, it fell further. Oh, shit. Oh, my dreams are crushed. Oh my God, I told my boss to go fuck off. Oh, I got to keep my job. Oh. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm good. Okay. Oh, I made some money. Cool, I made some money. All right, I made some money. It can't go lower. What on earth is happening? Oh my God. And this is where you're like, all right, God, please. Like, I need this more than anything. If you can just make it happen for me, man. I tell you, I'm gonna call my mom more often. I promise I'll volunteer in that soup kitchen. I promise. Oh my God. Anything, man. I'll do anything. I'll do anything you want. And you blew up. And then you sit there and you're like, how the fuck just happened? Where have I been for the last 2 weeks? You like snap back into reality and you're like, oh my God, I just lost all my money. Huh. All right. Well, I don't have any more money, so I'm going to take a break from this for a while. Holy crap. And then, like, you think about what it's like. And in reality, like, when you reflect on all of that, right? When you reflect on all of that, yeah, please go back to break even, right? When you reflect on all of that, that's where you learn something, right? This can't be taught. This can only be experienced. And everyone goes through it. People in chat are like, are you spying on me? It's what it is, right? These are really like this is the euphoria side of mania. And these are the Kubler-Ross 5 stages of grief, dude, down in here, like acceptance, denial, all that stuff, right? You deal with your normal psychology that you would deal with a family member dying. So in reality, you go through all of those bargaining, acceptance, you go through all the stages of grief when you're losing. And this is exactly where the lessons of psychology come from. It's in this moment. And I always tell people, learn the basics for $20 or $100. But in reality, when that money's plugged into the market, you're going to learn something here that can't be taught. And that's where trading is unfortunately not taught. Trading is forged through loss. It really is. I'll say that till my dying day. All right. It is the 5 stages of grief. You experience the whole thing, including bargaining. I promise I'll go to church more. Just let me break even. God, I promise. I'll say more prayers every night. All right. Okay. Giveaway time. When you learn how to take a loss and quickly accept your loss and learn how to rebound and quickly get back to your normal setups without feeling a certain way, that's the path of mastery that you'll learn. It's all an emotional journey. How do you keep your cool? How do you keep your cool? How do you keep your cool? And stick to stick to what you know without going overboard with the emotional stuff. Trading is something you have to practice. It's not something you can really learn. You can learn the technique in a boot camp or a class. Yes, it teaches the technique, but what does it matter if you can't apply it? I always use the metaphor of you can go to a shooting range and practice every day and practice every day and practice every day and hit the target, right? But when you go to war for the first time, you're outside, you're sweating, you're freaking out, bullets are whizzing over your head while you're trying to shoot a target. Your hands are going to be shaking, right? Because of the nerves, because of the fear, because of the emotions. What you did in the practice range probably doesn't even apply. And so this is really, I tell people, you have to go in the shooting range, no bullets. Yeah. So whenever the market's firing back at you, you get a whole different thing that you couldn't have practiced. And the problem is you don't even know how you're going to react. Like, you don't know you're scared of heights until you get to the top of the cliff and look over. Nobody can tell you scientifically, yep, you're scared of heights. You're not, you're not because of these factors. It's up here. Nobody can tell you. So anybody teaching you trading is not going to tell if you're going to freak out when you're in a loss, right? You will only discover your weaknesses and places you need to improve by actually doing. Matt designed the diaper you're wearing. There you go. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let me do a quiz or something for you guys. And the first person that gets it right will be my winner for today, or the first person that I see that gets it right. So even if you get it right and I don't see it, I'm going to randomly pick somebody that gets it right. How about that? Pick a number. That's boring, dude. Pick a number. Anyone can do that. Let's do something with a little bit more sauce to it. All right. Somebody give me an idea of something to ask people to give for the contest. Whoever gives me a good idea, we'll use that idea. Tomahawk steaks. How many chest hairs does Matt have? Quantum computing. Closing of a candle. My glasses. Garden gnome. Free course. All right. My favorite chips. Market related. All right. Hold on. Idea of Vicky's chips. Something I don't know as well. What's one piece of advice you give your younger self? You know, I answered that question one time. When somebody said you can go back in time and you can say 3 words or 4 words to your former self, you know what I told them? I thought about it. If I could have 4 words to say to my former self in the past, you know what I would say? I would say, you're Matt fucking coward. And he'll understand what I mean. And the people that read that were like, oh shit, that's powerful. That means when you say it like that, you're going to be somebody when you get older. 2 words by Bitcoin. Nothing would inspire you any more than your future self telling you those 4 words. Amazon, Nvidia, Microsoft, Apple. But as far as like inspiring yourself with 4 words, that'll tell you to go on a path. And you tell yourself that as a trader, to go on a path of greatness. Whatever you're going to do, you're going to be remembered for it, right? So very inspirational for yourself to think of that. That's what I would tell myself. Take it slow in trading. Okay. The ideas are something you can't Google, though. Who is stopping you? There you go. That's a good one, too. Brush your fucking teeth. There you go. Yeah. All right. The question that I'm going to ask today is, now I'm going to start asking questions that you have to be on the stream to know. What is my favorite, and I say favorite, or what do I say is the best video game of all time ever made? I've said it before. It's one of my favorite video games as well, but it is the most... What is the best video game ever made as far as the history of video games? I've said it plenty of times before. Not my favorite game, but it's one of my favorites. Let's see if y'all can get it right. The person that gets it right, it's something I've said before. I'm testing your memory. Just to start naming random video games. Whoever gets it right will win. And after 30 seconds and nobody gets it right, we'll just draw a number. Nope. It's not Apex. It's not BioShock, although that's... whoa. Borshun gets it right. BORSSHUN. The best video game ever made in the history of video games is Red Dead 2. Quality through the roof. That is a benchmark video game that almost can never be beaten as far as quality of game. If you've never played Red Dead 2, oh my God, it's amazing. It's in my top 5 of favorites, but I consider it the best game ever made. Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom is in my top 3. You guys got close. Battlefield 4 is my favorite Battlefield. You guys got close. Witcher 3 in my top 5, also one of the best ever made. Hell yeah, dude. As far as like what it is, yeah. Think of Grand Theft Auto in the Old West times, which is really fun. You haven't played it? It's basically just you're in the Old West, you're an outlaw, and you just do whatever you want in open world. You can be good, you can be bad. I sunk so much time just getting lost in that. And also Fallout would have been a good honorable mention. But I did say it one time. We had a conversation on stream and everybody's asked me about Battlefield. So what I'm going to start doing is rewarding your loyalty to the stream. If you remember stuff that I've said, that'll be the contest. So that way you have to be here in stream listening to my wild rantings to enter the contest. You said Red Dead Redemption? Red Dead 2 was the answer. That was the answer. All right, good job, good job. What about Fable? Fable was goated. Fable was goated with the exception of the load times, dude. I played Fable on Xbox. It took like a minute to load. Every time you walked in a building, it was like a minute load time, though. That was the one crappy part about Fable. But other than that, it was a good game. So you have to remember something that I said, and then I'll just choose somebody randomly that got it right. 150K pro account. Congratulations, you're the winner. Fable was oversold hype. Anything that Peter Molyneux made was always oversold hype, dude. Like Spore. God, all his games are that way. He had some other. What is all the games that he had in his little arsenal there? Yeah, Fable. I like the black and white games. Those are kind of cool. Yeah, Fable 2, Goddess. Yeah, Goddess got horrible reviews. And I think it got taken down from Steam, didn't it? That was his last game. I don't know if you guys played it, but I remember it was like on Steam, you can't even buy it anymore. I think they took it off because it was so bad. How's resilience at an S&P is at half cap? Right. It's still resistance. It still looks like it's trying to resist. So it's hard. It's like, again, I'm not super bullish from here. I'm still kind of waiting to see what happens. Did you play didn't Civ 7 just come out like a couple months ago? If you like Sid Meier games, I never played it though. It looked kind of cool. I was gonna buy it, but the reviews are kind of mixed. Demonic from Grandma's Boy. Oh hell yeah, that was that was one of my most quotable movies. Alex, you forgot smoking lamp. Somebody asked me earlier if I played any RPGs. I used to play a lot of RPGs. I played a lot of MMOs growing up. I always had one in the background. Okay. So today, the random account challenge I've been trading with the rules are ChatGPT chooses a random time I have to make a trade. ChatGPT chose today the following time that I have to make a trade at 1:19 p.m. or Central. So 2:19 Eastern to 2:34. ChatGPT is going to force me to make another trade on the random challenge. The random challenge is 100K in a personal account, allowing ChatGPT to choose random 15-minute windows. I have to trade at least one E-mini and see where it goes. And the idea is I don't get to pick anything but long or short in that window. And I get to gauge my risk management based on the conditions and then choose a trade from there. The goal is I'm going to prove that I'm not going to lose money. Hopefully I'll make money. It doesn't pick buy or sell because the point of this is to prove risk management. And part of risk management is choosing direction, but I don't get an efficient choice. So I don't get to like buy a dip. I got to choose in that moment. Do I chase the high or do I fade it short? And the idea is that that's a decision you guys are going to make. We're trying to mirror the fact that if you're forced into a trade, can you not lose money even with the worst strategy? If ChatGPT just chose random long or short, it really wouldn't showcase the skill of risk management because the skill of risk management is choosing which direction, but just without my assistance of waiting for my A+ setups, high probability setups. So if it was just random, then the outcome would be random. So if ChatGPT chose long or short for me, then the results would just be random. So it wouldn't really make any sense to produce evidence that risk management is all you need. So this is to produce that claim that I make some evidence for it. To support the fact that I don't get to choose my best setups. I just got to randomly trade at a time. But I get to choose which direction with the best judgment I have. And then I get to choose based on the lack of how good that is, what size position. And the goal is I'm not going to blow up. It really proves the point that most people put way too much effort into do I long or short from here with this technique or this indicator rather than putting all the emphasis on, oh, the risk is bad, let me trade small. Oh, the risk is good, let me trade big. Like today I traded 4 E-minis. So that was today. Yeah. Yep. That's the goal. So that's the challenge I'm doing right now. How do I trade overnight? There's no res or anything, just levels. Yeah, overnight I have levels with 70+% chance of not breaking. Yeah. Red Dead 1 was speak as well. Red Dead 1 was good. So I'm going to ask you guys random trivia questions about me, about something I said on the stream like the day before. So if I have another giveaway tomorrow, it'll be about something I said today. So it's going to test you guys on how much you listen and pay attention. Going to play Red Dead 2 and R on the stream. I would just waste time in that game. Like I would just basically like run around. Some days I'd go hunting. Some days I'd rob a stagecoach. You know, Some days I'd go on a side quest. You just basically get lost in the wilderness of the Old West, and you just do whatever you want. It's just open world. It was just like a great time sink. That's why I like games like that, or games like Fallout. Fallout 4 was always, in my opinion, the best one. I know people like New Vegas, but I like Fallout 4 the most because of how vast the scope was. And then you could just get lost, like doing anything, exploring the wasteland, building camps. I built like 20 camps in Fallout 4, just basically just doing nothing. I like games where it's just you by yourself, empty world, and then you just have like a sandbox to do anything. Is Red Dead 2 is basically Grand Theft Auto, right? Just with horses instead of cars. Yeah, it's exactly like Grand Theft Auto. I heard Rust is pretty good. I see a lot of videos on it, like when I'm doom scrolling. I've never played it. Okay. 3 minutes till we close. I will be live on my stream to finish up the random challenge. I'll stream just for like about an hour until I make that trade, and then I'm going to go. IDOC's family's in town, so we're going to be doing some family stuff later. So we're going to go to the mall and go shopping for shoes. How often I play Apex? It depends. I take years off with Apex and then get back into it every once in a while. These days, I've been playing Apex pretty much every day. I like the new meta. So it's been fun again. All right. So today, guys, let's talk about the market a little bit. We were talking about trading courses earlier, but let's talk about my analysis of the market. We had a low volume sell-off that just squeezed back up because of the holiday yesterday, and today realized yesterday's selling pressure. We saw this bounce up, and then today we recovered back to that same area where it was trying to retrace some of this up move from the Trump stuff, the government shutdown stuff. And so apparently the government's supposed to be turned back on tonight or tomorrow. And now we're just sort of sitting in the middle of this range. Normally when you have a big old flush like this, it has to like work its way higher if it's going to be bullish. The idea that we're testing that same area 2 or 3 times in a row is, I don't know, showing that there's weakness in the bull push. The AI scare is real. So don't discount the idea that people are liquidating and rotating very heavily out of tech these days. Nasdaq has just been kind of brutal on these intraday selling points, just like yesterday and today. We sold at the open just like we did a couple weeks ago. We've only been moving higher pre-market. So with this being said, we're not in a dire state of market collapsing or crashing. VIX is not picking up any steam. It doesn't mean we can't sell off. It means just the sell-off is believable and it's not volatility that you can just say it's just volatility. People are actually rotating very heavily out of tech, and the high market cap weight of tech in the index is why the index is responding so quickly. NVIDIA dumps, Nasdaq dumps. That's all you have to say. And so that's a big part of why we're moving, but there's a lot of sectors that are doing okay. In general, the market doesn't show any signs of being bearish yet, which is good. So today, with the market dropping and sort of stabilizing at the low here, I would say that I don't really have a good trade that I can say I can want to take here. Other than I expect my supports to hold at 496 NASDAQ, 449. These are strong supports where we've already have bounced. And S&P sort of not really close to anything strong. It's just kind of floating in the middle. It's kind of weak. Michael Berry bets 1.1 billion against the AI bubble. Yeah, and so you know him. He's going to be 5 years too early to the bet, but he's not wrong. I haven't seen the balloon inflated yet. It just started blowing up. That's how I feel. Bubbles have to become stupid before they pop. Right now, it's just obvious that one is forming, but it's not like blown up to the point of, remember the housing crisis, people started buying credit default swaps in 2004, 2005, 2006. Finally, 4 years later, the housing market collapsed. People were betting against the housing market when the obvious problem was in front of your face for years before it finally paid out. And the problem was that, there are pieces have to fall like dominoes, and it takes a while for each one to fall and fall and fall and make the problem bigger. So for AI bubble to pop, you need everybody in the world being squeezed by the AI bubble popping. It causes its own pop. You need somebody to pull out Shorting a market doesn't make it crash. Pulling out of longs is what makes it crash. You need people to liquidate, which causes other people to liquidate, which causes other people to liquidate. And you need catalysts like AI companies filing for bankruptcy. These things will create the effect to make the bubble happen. But betting that that's going to happen is risky, right? So I'm even though there's a little bit of transitioning and rotating, I don't see the mechanics of a bubble popping just yet. If one of these major AI companies foster Chapter 11, the market will crash for a couple of days for sure, right? It may cause a margin call spiral or something. You're going to need real events to happen. Okay, guys, I'm out of here. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you all the folks in the morning. Thank you all the show producers. MyFundedFutures for your generosity, for the giveaway accounts every day. We love it. We love the growth. Don't forget, guys, here, make sure you check out the awesome new Scale Flex plan. Pretty cool. Daily payouts, and now it's just trailing drawdown. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. It's pretty neat for daily payouts. I'll be live on my stream to finish off the random trading challenge today, and that's about it. So tune in. The link is posted there, and I'll be live in a couple of minutes. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Don't forget to check out Steven tonight in the Asian session. All right, guys, I'm out. See y'all later.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunt, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.